All right.
You got me mid-smoke. Okay, we're starting with a safety meeting.
That works for me.
Although you don't smoke. Good morning. How are you, my brother from another mother?
Oh man, I'm just peachy. There's a lot of things that's gone down over the last day or so, and I mean it's just phenomenal. It's exciting. It is really exciting.
So before you fired up the live button, you were talking about Donald Trump speaking at the WEF. Did you happen to save the clip for that, or?
Yeah, actually, MJ Truth was live streaming it for everything, and my wife called, and then I picked up the phone. But just before she called, he had called out Bank of America for not doing business with conservatives. Now, Donald Trump isn't physically there at the World Economic Forum. It's kind of like a press conference kind of thing, a virtual. But I mean, he just called him out, and he also called out the EU for unfair trade practices there. I mean, it was just he was
so far he's whacked the WHO. He's sent notice that we're withdrawing from the UN. He has put the banks on notice. Yeah. So where we should start off. Honestly, we should start off with this mess about his press conference the other night.
Okay.
Where he talked about Project Stargate.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Guys, let me make something really clear to you. Okay. Do not think in any way, shape, or form that he's going to force anybody to get anything, because number one, he's always said that it's a person's choice as to whether they get something, and we're talking about jibber jabber walkies here, okay? And pretty soon we're going to be able to say that freaking word again and not worry about it, okay? Give it time, give it time to take effect, okay? But Sam Altman, okay, you notice that when Donald Trump asked him to come up to the microphone, he says, these guys, okay? Trump put Altman out there in front for a reason, okay? He put these other two numbskulls out there for a reason, okay? I mean, it's cool that somebody wants to invest $500 billion into the United States, especially seeing that we've been shelling out money for years and years and years. Okay. But understand that the only way that we find out information or know who to investigate, who to research, okay, is through exposure.
Yes.
Okay. That has to happen. Exposure has to happen. Also, transparency. Okay. Because he could have made that deal backdoor. Okay. He could have went ahead and signed a deal with them and then just told us later. But he didn't do that. Okay. He came right out right after that meeting and announced what they said. Okay. Now, do I believe that there's a future in AI? I don't believe that AI should be part of our future because of the fact of how intrusive it can be. Now it's cool that people can make great songs and stuff like that and get answers to questions and things like that. That's awesome. But do I think that AI should be involved in the surveillance of American citizens? Absolutely not.
Yeah, Mayrox posed a question last night. Speaking of AI, let me pull it up here as soon as I find it.
Yeah, see now, Tammy, that's where part of the problem comes in. Okay, if kids are using AI in school, okay, then they're not learning how to research themselves. And we need to point that out to kids. Okay, so if you got a grandchild and they start talking about AI, say, have you researched AI? Have you learned anything about AI? And then turn around and say to them something like, well, do you remember the movie Terminator? And if they don't remember it, show it to them and say, this is a possibility with AI, and get them to understand. Okay. Do I trust AI? Absolutely not. Not with what I've seen, because AI can be manipulated. Okay.
And AI can lie.
And it only takes one person entering a little bit of code in order to create that. How would you uh, overwhelming doubt?
Yes.
You know, um, so this be patient. Be patient. I can't emphasize enough. Be patient. Okay, people are being put in front of us intentionally. Okay.
Absolutely. So this is the conversation that Mayrox had started yesterday. Which of these options would you rather take in order to save humanity? The brain chip, the OpenAI mRNA jabber doohickey, or just screw humanity? And this is what I put. I said none of the above. It seems as though in any of these ways, people will be giving up their humanity because you're allowing something else to think for you. And, and people are saying the same thing I did. Hard pass on all of these. Quantum computers know every data connected online. Skynet has to be controlled online. Most of our reality is digital now: video, audio, images, documents, and etc. If there is an apocalyptic event and there are not hard copies, it's like we never existed. See, and none of these choices save humanity with prayer and protection of our sovereignty. This question is a false dichotomy. There's no reason to take one or the other. There's actually no reason to take either. And no reason doing so would save humanity. So, I mean, it's just really interesting, that this question came out right after, they're talking about all these things. But Elon Musk has been developing that brain chip for years now. And this is new. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't understand how it's a big shock to anybody, as far as how all of that is going.
What's Elon Crane got to say?
Uh, I'm not sure. New update on the J6 prisoners.
Advocating for the release of. Hey, so I just wanted to send a quick message out there for everybody following the January 6 prisoners that are still being held in the DC jail. Spent several hours at the DC jail a couple days ago advocating for the release of these individuals who are still being held. I just got off the phone with a pretty high-ranking individual within the administration who has intimate knowledge of the situation and is also fighting to get these individuals released, who told me that the holdup, and many of you already know this, is a couple of the judges. Two that were mentioned are Judge Nichols and Judge Kelly. keep in mind, these are some of the same individuals that put these individuals behind bars. And one of the things I found the most interesting about what this source told me was that these are the same guys that repeatedly will not hold gangbangers that are caught with guns that they're not supposed to have on pretrial detention. So many of the most dangerous criminals here in Washington, D.C. are being given a pass, while these judges, will not comply, and they've been slow rolling the release of these January 6 prisoners. This individual told me that the Bureau of Prisons is ready to go. They're ready to release these guys. They just need the right paperwork and the signatures from these judges. So I wanted to pass that along to you guys. Judge Nichols, Judge Kelly, and this individual also told me there are other judges that are, playing games, and they're being vindictive about this whole thing. That's what the holdup is. We'll keep working on it, but that's the information that we just got. Thank you, guys. Thank you for praying for these guys. Thank you for supporting the release of these individuals. God bless.
So, and there have been quite a few that have been released. I know there was some yesterday. I was so tired yesterday. When I got up, I was so exhausted. I was just like, I decided at the last minute that I wasn't going to do a show. And then I saw a whole bunch of interviews coming out and statements from guys from J6 and everything else. Dave and I had a very in-depth phone conversation yesterday about J6, and he's gonna bring that up in his podcast, I think, later today. He was attempting to get home yesterday. Whether he made it there or not, I'm not sure yet. But he was trying to get arrangements set up, because he missed his flight the day before, so he had to reschedule and all that stuff. We'll be going more in depth in regards to the J6ers release when Dave goes live. I believe it will be later today. I think he might be going on a little bit earlier instead of the late night in order to get what information he's gathered together out to you guys. So yeah, that's actually a great update there, Slow Country, and a great segue into letting them know what's going to be going on there. And just so everybody knows, I joined Slow Country's podcast. He didn't join mine. So that's why we don't have Rumble and X up right now. Yeah, Slow, take the floor, man.
So, and what he was saying about Judge Nichols, I want to point something out. Judge Nichols came from that same law firm as Alejandro Mayorkas, Seth Waxman, Bob Mueller, and many, many others. The one that I've been talking about for the last couple of years. Yeah. Same law firm. So all the people that have been preaching about, everything bad about that release, a lot of them came from that law firm. And so,
okay. Let's hit one of the comments here. Is it Dwayne? Is that? I hope I pronounced that right. Dwayne Foley. Okay. California cowboy, keep screwing around. Trump should arrest these judges. This is the thing is although Donald Trump is, as president, the chief law enforcement officer in the United States, the process has to begin with the Department of Justice. Okay. And Adam Schiff is the one that has Pam Bondi on hold. Okay. They got a 10-day hold on all nominees.
Hey, so I just wanted to send a quick message out there.
And I think I might even have a video clip of it, Slow Country. I'll send it to you in the chat on or in our messenger there on X.
Okay.
That way there you can pull these up, unless you want to just pull up my my shared timeline.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to pull it up on yours, that would be great. I'm actually going to pull something up here. It's a thing that I posted yesterday. Hawk, I don't know if you had a chance to read it yet. Oh, and by the way, the World Economic Forum right now is shitting their pants. I'm going to show this video in a little bit. But it's, yeah, if you want to pull yours up, Hawk, I'll have you show your timeline while I'm looking for this.
Okay. We can do that. Here we go. Entire screen. You know, I'll tell you what, Starlink makes a huge difference. Huge difference. Okay, so Amuse. Now, if you're not following Amuse, you know, Amuse is pretty spot on a lot in regards to you know, articles that they're putting out. They very rarely have I ever had seen them have to come back and retract anything. Okay. All right. Adam Schiff blocking Pam Bondi's appointment as Attorney General. After Pam Bondi humiliated freshman Senator Adam Schiff, he put a 7-day hold on her confirmation. Schiff is the only sitting senator in U.S. history to receive a pardon. As a result, he cannot be prosecuted for behavior that caused him to be censured in the House. He has a get out of jail free card, and he's using it to stop Trump.
Has called for it publicly. You are aware of that, aren't you?
No one has asked me to investigate.
But the president has
We're also worried about Liz Cheney,
the
Senator.
President has
You know
called
what we
for
should
this.
be worried about?
Ms. Bondi,
The
please
crime rate
answer
in
my
California
questions.
right now
You
is
are
through
aware,
the roof.
Ms. Bondi,
Your robberies are 87% higher than the national
my question
average.
is this.
That's what I
My
want to
question
be
is this.
focused on, Senator.
Do you have the
if I'm
power to
confirmed
say
as
no to the
Attorney
president?
General.
And what you're suggesting today by your non-answer is you don't have the independence to say no to the president. So let me ask you a different question. It also requires you, if you're going to be a good Attorney General, to be able to tell hard truths to the president. So my questions now are, can you tell hard truths to the president? So let me start with an easy truth that you could speak to the president. Can you tell him that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election? Can you say that? Do you have the independence to say that? Do you have the gravitas, the stature, the intestinal fortitude to say, Donald Trump, you lost the 2020 election? Can you tell us that here today?
Senator, what I can tell you is I will never play politics. You're trying to engage me in a gotcha. I won't do it. I won't play politics with any ongoing investigation.
So let me ask you another.
Like you did leaking your colleague Devin Nunes's memo.
If you be able to review hundreds of cases on day one?
I will look at every file I am asked to look at.
Of course you won't. So will you advise the president?
Can I answer the question?
Well, my question is,
I would have plenty of staff. You said, of course you want.
You'll be able to review hundreds of cases on the first day?
I'm not going to mislead this body nor you.
All right, let me ask another question. You don't want to answer that. Let me ask another question.
You were censured by Congress, Senator, for comments just like this that are so reckless.
It will also be important.
Okay, very valid point. You were censured by comments or by Congress specifically for crap like this. Okay, this guy should not be sitting on any committee. He should be sitting in a jail cell awaiting trial for treason and murder and sexual abuse of a minor and sexual abuse contributing to the death of a minor, i.e. the Standard Hotel.
Yes.
Okay. You know, yeah, some serious things need to go on. And Adam, if I'm wrong, then sue me. That's simple. You know why he can't? The only thing that he can do is write to Twitter, will you please have him take that down? It's, oh my God, or my feelings. You're going to get hurt a lot more than that. Once you get into prison, people know what you did. When they know what you did, you won't survive. So I wouldn't even ask Adam for you to be executed for treason. I would ask that you be sentenced to a maximum security penitentiary, not a federal. I think you should have to go into a state prison, the state where you harmed that child.
And that leads me to another question, Hawk. So, all of these pardons, right, that Biden issued, we all know they're bogus pardons. We already know that, right? We're going to find that out, in a matter of weeks.
Yeah. Well, there's a key to this. Okay. So, can there be any legitimacy to Joe Biden's signature on pardons? No, there can't be. If he's not competent to stand trial for crimes that he committed, treasonous acts that he committed, per the Department of Justice stating that he is incompetent to stand trial, then he is incompetent in office, incapable of being able to make sound and clear decisions, meaning that his pardons don't mean squat.
Well, and also, as far as the pardons go, I think it has to be the Attorney General that defers that to the Supreme Court, because I don't think you can be White House counsel because they've switched. The presidents have switched, right? So I think it's going to have to be the Attorney General to do it, and I think that's why they're slow rolling her confirmation, because as soon as she gets that confirmation, I have a feeling that all those questions are going to be answered, and also whether or not, if those pardons are legal, will they extend under military law?
Yep. So, so I pulled out a whole lot of stuff from all of this, and one of the things I want to talk about is this right here. Durham is back, but it's not the Durham you think. We were looking at the wrong John Durham all along. Take a listen.
Fantastic.
Real close, folks. Real close.
The director of the FBI, Matt Obens of the ICE, Mike Carpal of Bureau of Prisons. You might ask why the Bureau of Prisons, because they do like to try to operate out of prisons, and we have to make sure we collect intelligence in the prison system. And then,
okay, I'm going to pause it here for a second. Okay, so this is part of it. Understand the faces that you see here. How far did I get? 13 seconds. Okay, I want to start over here. Okay. Okay. Now, you don't see John Durham yet, but you're about to. Okay. Pay attention.
And then Regina Lombardo of ATF, Tim Shea of DEA, and of course, the Secretary of DHS, Chad Wolf. So central casting. If we forgot one person.
Okay. So he said to all of those guys, okay, including Christopher Wray, great central casting.
The head of this program is John Durham Jr.
What?
From the Eastern District of New York, who has spent how many years recently, John?
I was in the office 15. I've been doing MS-13 for 10 years.
10 years. So John.
I've been dealing with MS-13 for 15 years. Okay. What was one of Trump's biggest things that he did as soon as he went into office the first time was he cleaned out MS-13. Now you know the John Durham who did that. It wasn't the dad. It was the son. We've been watching the wrong Durham all this time.
And
Junior.
What?
And also, I don't know if everybody's been following Catherine Herridge, but she dropped another video last night. It was about 11 o'clock of the barracks there at Gitmo at the spa.
Yeah.
And what's really interesting is they're empty. I just want I want to let you know about that. They're empty. And she talks about the accoutrements that are there in the barracks. A kitchenette, a laundry room. So, and I think she mentioned in there it was 17 years for her also.
Yeah. So this is going to be interesting, you know, that this Durham is not the Durham we thought. I think that there's going to be something. This is here's Catherine Herridge there at Gitmo. We watched this on my podcast a couple of days ago, but we can play it now again.
We're heading to the courthouse complex on the base, where military hearings are scheduled for 2 long-standing terrorism cases, including 9/11. Everything we do, everything we record is closely monitored and must be reviewed by the military.
Okay. Now, we know that when Trump was in office the first time, that there were a few of the people that were being held from 9/11 under Obama had been released, right? What if the people involved with 9/11 that are being held are Americans that were involved in 9/11? Because you'll notice that she never says that they were foreign terrorists.
With few exceptions, most of the sites we travel to are security sensitive.
There are 3 courthouses here at Camp Justice. The oldest courthouse is behind me. This is Courthouse 1. It's been around for decades, but it's no longer used for the military prosecutions. The main courthouse is Courthouse number 2. That's about 200 yards over to my right. This is a high security courthouse that was custom built for the 9/11 prosecution. There are so many restrictions around filming that courthouse that all we can show you is the barbed wire perimeter. There's also been some significant new construction here at Camp Justice, Courthouse number 3, and that was completed at a cost of around $4 million. What's striking is that so many administrations have tried to shut down the operation here. President Obama signed an executive order 13492. His intent was to close down the detainee operations within a year. That has completely failed, and I think it showed a fundamental lack of understanding about the complexity of the legal questions here at Guantanamo. It all comes down to the CIA's enhanced interrogation program, what critics call torture, waterboarding, pressure positions. You just can't unring the bell on that time period. So that is the single issue, I think, that's responsible for grinding these cases to a halt, because there have been endless years of litigation about the evidence and what will be submitted to the courts. I first came to Guantanamo Bay 17 years ago in 2008 for the arraignment of the 5 9/11 defendants in the military courthouse just over to my left. This was under the Bush administration. Since the camps opened in early 2002, several hundred detainees have passed through the detention centers. The best number most people work with is somewhere close to 800. Now, only 15 detainees are left. And it costs about $450 million a year. And what's striking to me is that there's virtually no transparency on those operations now. The last time the media was inside those detention camps was 2019. This is a huge contrast from when I first came to Guantanamo nearly 2 decades ago. When we did the tours of the camps, we really had a lot of access. We were able to see the outdoor recreation areas. We were able to see these indoor communal areas. We were able to see the art lessons that were given to detainees. We were able to see the television sets that were brought in so that they could stay on top of the news. So when you think about this big picture and you look at the taxpayer dollars, about 450 million, and that may actually be on the low side, a dated number for the current number of detainees, 15 that are left, 30 million taxpayer dollars to keep each one of them annually. And there's no way to really assess whether there's accountability and whether there's a lot of government efficiency when it comes to that taxpayer money.
Okay, so each detainee is costing $30 million a year. I'll tell you what, to save on that cost, why don't you guys come out and build a little pen out here with another fence around it and then another fence around that. And I'll put all the dogs on the in-betweens. And we can throw food over the fence to them. It won't cost you 30 million. I'll charge you $1 million a year. Okay, for all of them. For all of them, 1 million. 1 million. You can house them right out there, but you got to build the facilities. Yeah,
and they have to learn how to make their own bologna.
Yeah, it's that would be good too. Well, this is the other thing is that under federal law, we're only required to give them bread and water. That's it. That's all we're required to give them is bread and water.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yep. I saw that at Leavenworth. It's the only requirement that they have is to give you bread and water. So you screw up, you're out of bread and water. That's all that they're required to give you. If you're a good prisoner, then generally you get fed, and you get fed pretty good. But if you're a screw up, believe me, bread and water is all you're going to get. And let me tell you, that has a serious motivational and what would you call it? Depressing mode, placed upon you, So yeah, so Catherine Herridge, okay. This young lady's got a few things to say in regards to Elon Musk. Here we go.
If you are someone who truly believed that what Elon Musk did was a Nazi salute, you are not intelligent enough to be in politics, nor should you be sharing your opinion online. If anything, we should all be pointing and laughing at you, because if you truly believe that he did that, then you truly believe all these Democrats did one as well. So why weren't you outraged about it then? Oh, because you knew that wasn't what they're doing. The same way that when Elon Musk makes a statement saying from my heart to yours and does that motion, he's not doing a Nazi salute. You're just so angry that you lost. You're so angry that America woke up and is tired of the leftist bullshit that you've been pushing upon us for so long. So you're trying to say and do anything that will make people second guess themselves now supporting the right. And it's not working. You're showing the world what an absolute clown you are. Donald Trump recently won a defamation lawsuit against ABC for $15 million. I want people to understand how hard it is for somebody of that level of fame to win a defamation lawsuit. Not only do you have to be able to prove that they lied, but you have to be able to prove so that they did it with bad intent towards you, that they purposely made a story up to make you look bad. And he was able to prove it. And then you wonder why people sit here and say fake media, say that they don't trust the news anymore because they lie to you. And this is not anything different. If anything, I honestly feel really bad for Elon Musk. Not that I agree with necessarily everything he says, but people forget that this man is a diagnosed autistic man. There are going to be certain tics and behaviors and speech patterns that he has has that other people aren't going to understand. As somebody with autism myself, I can attest to this. There's a lot of times where I think I'm being perfectly normal and nobody else does. So it's really sad to me to see the media vilify him for things that literally are just symptoms of autism, and people sit there and they think that it's funny. No, he gets excited, he stims, he has certain vocal patterns. He's going to be a lot more blunt than most people would ever be, and that's something that I appreciate, but a lot of people don't. They want to be lied to, they want to be sugar-coated. But this was not a Nazi salute. This was a sad attempt at the left to try to slander the right, and it just didn't work out that well for them.
And she's right. You know, this is a young girl who basically used simple common sense. I think it's awesome. Brother Don, are you still in chat? I don't have a safety meeting banner here because I'm on.
Here, hold on. I'll make one. I'll make one.
Yeah. It's got to be a secret safety meeting because, you know, important people are going to be there and nobody can know that important people are going to be there. You know, so it's at a secret location, at your secret location. So each of you. Oh, that still gets me. You know, James O'Keefe, he's nuts. He can pull them out. He can pull them out all right. It's going to be interesting to see, you know, what's going to happen here. And, you know, speaking of treason, okay, speaking of treason, I want to point out that if you're a foreign agent working in our government without being registered with FARA, okay, the Foreign Agent Registration Act, okay, then you are committing treason, okay? If you are being paid through financial means, through stock means, through electronic means, sexually, okay, then you are committing treason. Just like Swalwell did with Bang Bang. We did with the Bang Bang.
And APAC. APAC.
Yep. So Senator Duckworth, who's really the foreign agent? Senator Duckworth, I'm a veteran. Here we go.
Senator Duckworth, I'm a veteran. Thank you. Why do you keep supporting Israel, man? Why do you keep taking money from China?
Okay, so I want to back this up a second. I want you guys to see this statement here. $782,091 was the payment paid to her from the pro-Israel lobby. $782,000. That's a lot of money. What could you do with $782,000? Okay. Paid to a sitting senator.
Why do you keep taking money from China? I don't get any money from China. No way. Nobody's controlling your speech, ladies. Nobody's controlling my speech. I'm an American citizen, man.
Senator, you really shouldn't accuse us of speaking for a foreign agent.
That's libel, man, to lie about. You are getting money from the PRC.
We don't. We don't get a penny.
No,
we would like you to show us that.
25% of your funding.
Please show us. Can we come to your office and you can show us that? Because this is a total lie. We do not get a cent. Absolutely not a cent. And it is libelous to say that to us. And we know that almost everybody in Congress gets money from APAC, which lobbies for a foreign government. And it shows that in your votes. So if anybody is controlled by a foreign agent, it's you.
$789,000. And all she wanted to do was turn around and attack them and say that they were being paid off. Yeah, there's a little bit of crookedness here. So the United Spot put out a little gim. and a little meme, a little funny, just a little funny, saying what really happened in that church that morning.
In the name of transgender immigrants, I ask you to have mercy on me. Do you need some medicine? I need you to put transgenders' lives first. Whoa, is this a church or a Kamala Harris rally? Mr. Not My President, illegal immigrants are not criminals. Then why do they call them illegal? Boo! Building the wall will violate the rights of all the illegal immigrants. That's exactly why I'm building the wall. And just exactly what are you gonna do to help the transgender community, you bastard? I'm gonna make mental institutions great again. Hell yeah! Settle down, you dingbat. This chick is bonkers. Yeah, she should come with a fucking warning label. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children. Keep our children's name out your fucking mouth. You racist! Can somebody shut this bitch up? Have mercy on the transgenders and illegals, you racist! Can you shut the fuck up? Yeah, shut the fuck up! I'm down here trying to come up with new ways to make America great again, and you're up there looking like the keynote speaker of a which bathroom do I pee in convention. Excuse me? You're excused. I have never! You've never what? Made a rational thought on your own or gone 2 seconds without having a fucking panic attack? How dare you! No, how dare you? This is church, and you don't belong here. Why don't you go scream into a pumpkin, you doofus? Yeah, you doofus. Coalition of one, you psycho! Knock. Who's there? Go fuck yourself. Yeah, go fuck yourself. I'm calling the police. Good. You're gonna feel right at home in that straitjacket. I'm a bitch! No, you're an activist and a freaking nut job. Jeez, it's like listening to Rosie O'Donnell taking a shit.
Sorry about the language, folks.
It's a classic, but they're only saying what we're all thinking.
Yeah. So this is one of the J6ers that was released, Gregory Purdy. Now, this happened about 10 minutes after Dave went into the Thai restaurant with Jake Lang's dad to grab a bite to eat and warm up. And he wasn't aware that this happened. We had just ended the podcast, or else we would have been right there and getting this too. Here we go.
For loving this country and for putting all the issues and problems that we need to solve before yourself, and willing to struggle for all that to help your people.
There are people watching this who say that you deserve to serve your sentence and deserve to be in jail. What do you say to them?
I say to that I love this country so much that we wanted to make our voice heard about democracy, and that we wanted to make sure that everybody's voice mattered when they voted. Because your vote matters, whether you vote for Trump or whether you vote for Kamala or whether you vote for Biden or whoever the person is, your vote is supposed to matter. And integrity in our elections is so important. It's very important. We can't forget about that. We were found guilty in a court of law that almost 99.9% of people were found guilty. There were no fair trials and no fair due process. There were multiple Brady violations in my court. I ended up starting to represent myself because I had no more faith in the attorneys, the public defenders to represent me. They weren't even giving me the discovery. I mean, you can't have that in a court system to not have exculpatory evidence in your favor. There were Brady violations, and this justice system has a lot of reform that needs to happen.
So what do you do now that one of Joe Biden's last acts on his way out of the office was to preemptively pardon the J6 committee that kind of ran their investigation in a similar way that you seem to be saying your case is being handled?
That's a two-part question, because one, you've got to love our country and try to unite, and you got to try to look forward. But at the same time, those people, they did very terrible things. They hid evidence on Trump that wasn't good. They made up a lot of lies. A lot of them committed perjury, and justice has to be weighed in that respect. But we need to move forward, and we need to unite as a country. That's the most important.
Can you spell your first and last name for me?
My name's Gregory Purdy, Gregory Purdy.
And this is your mom?
No,
this is my Patriot sister.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
My other Patriot sister.
We've been holding the vigil outside of the jail.
Well, I want to thank you, Mr. Purdy.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
To me.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a great night. Be safe.
Gregory.
And what is?
And it's great comments. He was very articulate and knew exactly what he was going to say. So MJ Truth Ultra pointed out something here. Adam Schiff, he shit, says he bumped his head. LOL. Sure, Jan, blink twice if you're under duress. He goes on an unhinged rant on how bad Trump's executive orders are. Stay to listen. Here we go.
So the president issued a number of executive orders last night. Let's break it down. But before I do, banged my head, really dumb, anyway, clumsy. So what did the president do in these executive orders? First of all, on immigration, he essentially said he's going to repeal birthright citizenship and asylum for anyone. These are written into the Constitution and law. He can't do that by executive order. That is plainly unlawful, unconstitutional. That's going to go nowhere. But he's also announced these immigration raids. Now, some people say this is just targeting violent criminals. That's not the case. These are very broad. These are mass deportations. That's what he's saying also. And what that will mean is farm workers won't be on our farms. Food prices are going to go up. We will lose a lot of construction workers. Housing costs are going to go up. Families will be separated. None of that is going to lower prices for Americans. Some of his other actions, weakening California water and air quality standards, drill baby drill, this idea that we are going to just do more oil drilling, the attacks on the incentives for electric cars, that's not going to reduce prices either. It's just going to mean we have dirtier air, we have more terrible fires, more flooding. We also are seeing other orders repealed that the former President Biden had enacted to bring down the cost of medicine for Americans. Those are being repealed too. That's going to drive up medicine costs for seniors and really for all Americans. What's missing in all this? Anything really to bring the cost of living down. And that was what the election was supposedly about. That was what his very thin mandate was for, but we're not seeing any of that. So what we are seeing, really good for oil companies, really good for polluters, really good for very wealthy people, not so good for anyone else.
Yeah. Yeah. I cannot wait to the day that we never have to see you again. Ever. Adam Schiff. Yeah. All right. Yes, Houston, Texas residents reporting ICE Black Hawk helicopters. ICE uses Black Hawk helicopters for missions that include searching for and transporting detained non-citizens. Yep, right out there on the highway.
Yeah, did you see that video about the dude getting arrested there in Boston?
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
Man.
So this one here is interesting. Where was the media and the Democrats outraged when Tim Walz performed a Nazi salute? Here we go. What? Tim Walz? What? Oh, no. How could that be? Yeah. All right. I thought that this one was interesting. Carly Bonet put this up. And this can affect the job market in Quebec considerably. You know, thinking about the facilities that are there and the people that they had that were hired and everything else. Here we go.
All right, this news coming out of Quebec. A spokesperson for Amazon confirming to CTV News the online retail giant is pulling out of the province. The company says it will cease operations over the next 2 months in 7 operation sites, 1 fulfillment center, 2 sorting centers, 3 delivery stations, and 1 large delivery station that's located with a sorting center. A spokesperson with Amazon says 1,700 regular employees in Quebec and 250 temporary seasonal workers will be affected. Amazon says it's returning to a third-party model and that the move has nothing to do with unionization.
Not only does it have to do with
this news coming out of
unionization, but I have a feeling that Amazon is going to end up coming home. And I think that Amazon is going to end up switching over to American products. You know, you have to ask yourself, why was Bezos invited to the inauguration? Why was Zuckerberg invited to the inauguration?
And the other thing, there was an announcement last night that Dodge, well, Stellantis, is now returning all of their manufacturing between Illinois and Detroit.
Yeah, funny how that happens. Very quickly. You know, we're only 4 days into his presidency, but he's not doing anything, folks. He's not doing nothing. I mean, he's just sitting on his hands. He's not doing nothing. Yeah. Kind of funny that he can bring 500 billion into the United States as an investment and not put that investment into his own personal bank account. But Biden will bring in investors in Biden and not put anything into the United States, into we the people. Many, many things. Yeah. All right. Here's one on the FCC.
Welcome back to National Report. We continue to follow the breaking news of the day coming from the new FCC chair, a Republican, Brendan Carr. We're learning that President Trump's complaints against unfair airtime on NBC, ABC, and CBS News can now proceed.
And that means that these can be adjudicated if they do find some wrongdoing here. So let's get out to Alana Austin, who is going to be following this for us here today. Alana, what was your takeaway from this here?
Hi, good morning. A new sheriff is in town. I believe that you said that just a few minutes ago. Certainly, we heard over the elections that there were concerns from voters about fairness and integrity to the system, about the media coverage. And we have learned through a source familiar that the new FCC chair, he has reversed the decision by the outgoing Democratic chair of the FCC to dismiss complaints against several television networks. So Brendan Carr is now officially in charge of the FCC. He's reversing that 11th hour dismissal of presidential election complaints filed against ABC, NBC, and CBS, but not one against Fox. So that one is dropped. The CBS complaint involved the heavily edited 60 Minutes interview with then Vice President Kamala Harris, as well as demands to see the transcript. Now, critics said these edits were deceptive and resulted in the Democratic presidential candidate seeing a more flattering response on the U.S.-Israeli relationship. The ABC case in question involved the network's handling of the presidential debate and allegations that it was unfairly one-sided. The NBC complaint involved equal time rules, as those regulations might have been applied to Harris's appearance on Saturday Night Live. The complaints against ABC, CBS, and NBC still can be adjudicated on their merits, and they will be live again with the FCC. Now, a source familiar tells Newsmax that Chairman Brendan Carr will put the ABC, NBC, and CBS cases back into pending or active status. The source also says the former Democratic FCC chairwoman Jessica Rosenworcel could have prevented the FCC from reversing course here if she had acted on this issue just a few weeks earlier. That could have prevented the new chair from reaching back and overturning the dismissals. In a statement issued just last Thursday, though, Rosenworcel alleged that the complaints were attempts to weaponize the government over its licensing powers. Now, the complaint against Fox was over 2020 presidential election results that will not be brought back at this time. Now, we reached out recently to representatives at CBS, ABC, and NBC, but we have not yet heard back at this hour. We will update you as soon as we receive a reaction from any of those three networks.
All right, Alana Austin, live for us from the Capitol with those details. Alana, thank you very much. We'll be watching to see what this means for fairness when it comes to these networks covering the Trump administration. Just think, they have an opportunity to write this course when it comes to how you cover the President Trump and his executive orders and why he's making the decisions he is.
Brennan Carr has said they have to live up to their public interest and obligation to providing fair coverage. And this might be the first step in that, and a warning shot to the legacy media. We talk about it all the time, CBS, ABC, NBC. These are ones that have a big platform, a big audience. And Trump has argued this since 2016 that they've been unfairly covering him. We'll wait to see how these cases play out and how they're adjudicated.
Information. Truth is freedom. Is Newsmax. It's real news for real people.
Yeah. Seeing that I just got a message, I want to bring something up. That snow that going on kind of all over the place. Auntie Wells, as you guys know, lives down in Alabama. And she got a huge amount of snow. And she ended up sending me an update in regards to it. And she was, she sent me 2 updates. And this one I found was very interesting. A public safety alert. All roads and bridges in Mobile County and the city of Mobile should be considered impassable until further notice. Members of the general public are advised that when roads and bridges become impassable, all travel should be suspended or delayed. Only emergency vehicles should travel on county roads and bridges until further notice. Okay. Now, whether she received an update after that stating that the roads were cleared or not, that I do not know because I have not spoken to her yet today. But then she sent me a message later on in the evening, and she said the last time it snowed this much in Baldwin County was in 1800s. Okay. So they haven't even seen snow like this in Alabama in over 100 years. Okay. Now, I did also talk with a couple of friends in Florida yesterday who were like having a blast because they haven't seen snow since they left the Northeast. They've been down there, I think, 8-9 years. And one was about 30 miles south of Tallahassee. Another was in Kings Bay, Georgia. And then the third one was closer to Everglades City, and they all got snow. Everglades City seeing snow, that is something. Okay. Now, when I think about snow, I think about it cleansing the earth. Okay. Because it always starts with the snow packing, right? Starts off nice and clean snow, right? Nice and white, pretty. But then it starts to move and it starts to get dirty, and you get dirty snow. Okay. And you got kids going out there writing their name in yellow snow, and stuff like that. So, and then the rain comes and washes it all out. So it's like the snow comes down, it's the soap, a little bit of soap. But I love that song. And then the rain comes and washes it off. So there's nothing wrong with snow as long as the snow melts. Okay. And it doesn't take the rain to beat it away. It melts. And he went out and grabbed a snowball and he tried to light it on fire, and instead it melted in his hand. So I thought that was pretty cool that he checked it out. He was, he wanted to see if, if there was something mixed in the snow and it didn't burn. So that's great, So could there be other reasons for this snow happening? See if, is that possible? Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Representative Jim Jordan and James Comer with Sean Hannity.
Thank you both. How much money did the Biden family make?
The family took in $27 million from our adversaries around the world. They never could say, even when we brought them in for depositions and interviews, what they actually did to receive the money. Then we found, going through their bank records, that they had another $8 million in loans that they never paid back, never paid any interest on or anything. So that's $35 million.
I want that loan. Can I have that?
Yeah, right. Wouldn't we all?
I think everybody here would like. And you expose all of this. Now, I would argue that he forgot one person, himself.
Well, that what we said in our investigation was that we found 10 different Biden family members, including Joe Biden, profited from the influence peddling schemes. The money would come from a wire from a foreign adversary, usually a foreign oligarch. In some cases, we believe the country of China.
An oligarch. Didn't Joe Biden warn us about oligarchs? Aren't there Elena Baturina, wasn't she an oligarch?
Yes.
The guy in Kazakhstan, the people in Ukraine, the people in China.
Romania.
A lot of oligarchs the Bidens are.
Yeah. The money would then go through a series of shell companies. Then it would be laundered down. And then the 10 different Biden family members would receive incremental payments. And ironically, 6 of the pardons came from family that received payments that had been laundered. This isn't my word, John. These are the words of 6 different banks. They were laundering money through shell companies that the Biden families received. He pardoned them preemptively. And the only place in the world the spouses were ever named was in our investigation in the Oversight and Judiciary Committee. We named those spouses by name. The media, other than your show, Sean, and thank you for being the platform to get this out. Thank God your ratings are higher than MSNBC and CNN combined.
Oh, thank God, too.
The American people.
I second that. Yeah.
The American people saw it.
Thank you. You guys did the digging, the hard work, and you exposed the Peter Schweitzer deserves a lot of credit, too.
Absolutely.
He wrote the book Secret Empires. President Trump signed this weaponization of government has to stop. Also revoking 51 former Intel officials that knew nothing about Hunter's laptop and tried to interfere in an election. Jim Jordan, you were there. You investigated every part of this. Didn't Hunter's laptop talk about half his income going to Pops?
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't there a WhatsApp message to the head of the CEFC?
Yeah. Right.
Didn't Joe's home repairs get paid for by Hunter Biden, according to emails with their economic guru, Eric Sherwin, if I'm not mistaken?
Yep. All that took place. But what I really think was important today is President Trump did what he said he would do when it came to pardons and people, the defendants of January 6th, and Joe Biden did it. Joe Biden told us he would never pardon his family, and yet he did all of them. Joe Biden said, there's been no pardons needed. We just heard it for folks who were involved with the January 6th committee, and yet he did it. So Joe Biden did exactly opposite what he told us he was going to do. President Trump kept his word, did exactly what he said. I think that's the big takeaway from the actions we see from both the outgoing president and, of course,
okay, here's the big question. Is this over? Because my understanding, Alan Dershowitz's understanding, is once you get a pardon, you no longer have the Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. If they go before your committees, every one of these pardoned family members, don't they have to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help them God?
There's a number of things we want to look at, and everything's on the table. But I really think one of the keys is the report we got just right before, just a few weeks ago, was with the 26 confidential human sources. 26 confidential human sources here on January 6, 2021, 17 inside restricted space, 4 in the Capitol. 2 of those 4 in the Capitol were tasked to be here by the FBI. I think there are all kinds of questions we
I
have
have
for those
5
individuals.
people that said Trump authorized the use of the guard.
Yep.
Days before. So did the Capitol Police Chief, by the way, begging for the National Guard. In writing, Muriel Bowser denied the use of the National Guard. It was her authorization. Pelosi did nothing. They never brought in the Sergeant of Arms. Liz Cheney needed hers, in my view, too.
Not to mention the number of false things that committee put out on me, on you, on so many people.
Little old me?
Yeah, exactly. So, I think there's some unanswered questions we have to get to there. So we will look at that. And
You'll do that
on the
too?
table.
Absolutely.
All right. You guys have been rock stars. Thank you for what you're doing. I would let the American people know the truth, pardoned or not. And let's see if they tell the truth when they have to, under oath. Thank you both.
Yep. Bring in every single family member, every single one of them. I think it needs to happen. What do you think?
Oh, man. And then some.
So April Sparks put this one out. And now April is the girl that Dave met down at the border when he was went down to do that live from Eagle Pass a couple years back. All right, here we go.
Demagogue the immigration issue. That doesn't move America forward. It's just like they demagogue the issue of inflation. They said they were going to bring down prices in rent, in utilities, energy costs. They said they were going to bring down the price of groceries. Not a single peep from them about that on day one. No, it's just about releasing all the violent insurrectionists, the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers who are out there today saying that they want revenge. Now, that's the real program for America. But let's hear what their specific proposals are about immigration. If they make sense, then we will get behind them. But if it's just more demagoguery, Mr. Chairman, I'm afraid we're going to have to let it pass. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for reminding all of us why the people voted as they did on November the 5th. The chair would
demagogue. You heard that last part there, right?
That was a nice little rabbit punch here.
Let's play that part again.
People voted as they did on November the 5th.
Okay,
reminding all of us why the people voted as they did on November the 5th.
Thank you. We'd like to thank the congressman for letting us, or for reminding us why the American people voted the way that we voted in November. Yeah, it's Raskin is. I have a feeling something's going to happen with him. Something's going to happen with him. I don't know all the dirt on him like I know about Schiff and Schumer and a few others. But I think Raskins is. But I believe that he, if you listen to all the Democrat podcasts, they're all mimicking what he's saying. They're all the exact same talking points. So it leads me to believe that that the party is more in control of what they say than anything else. And it's just kind of crazy. I did see a couple of quick comments. Now and then, I have to agree with you. I do not resonate with Hannity either. There is something about him that it makes me, he's a great interviewer. I'm going to give him credit for that, but he has that tendency. Okay, so let me see if I can remember who it was. There was somebody I pointed out to you guys. He was doing an interview and people were amazed that the person just sat back and let the person have the floor, and would periodically ask a question, but always did it when the person was completely finished with the answer to the prior question. I don't remember who that was. dang it. Off the top of my head, I don't remember, but we had talked about it on my channels and everything, and it's because I was doing a comparison between that person and like Nino, and Nino is like you could be halfway into a sentence and he's already commenting, and saying something over the top of the individual, and that creates it can creates a hostile environment in the interview. Okay, now I'm not saying hostile like somebody wants to get up. Well, actually, some people do want to get up and punch somebody, but not on that point. But the incapability of rationalizing and the integrity of giving time for an answer to be completed. And Hannity has that tendency to cut in too. I don't like that. A prime example of who I can probably say, I have great respect to his interview abilities was Imus in the morning. It was, Imus had the tendency that he would ask the question and then he'd kind of roll back away from the microphone, and just kind of let the entire focus be on the interviewed or the interviewee, I should say, whether it was a male or female, didn't matter. He always had that respect. Another one who did that for the beginning of his career was Larry King. But later on, Larry King got to a point where you could tell that he was being directed by the organization as to how fast he repelled somebody's answer, and basically cut them off and cut them out. It was very, very different. So yeah, I think we have a lot of things, coming. Carly Bonet, ICE raid threatens, or ICE raid threats turn Chicago into a ghost town. Now, I might have shared this on my channel a couple of days ago, but yeah, let's take a listen.
Those very individuals are inevitably going to get picked up by ICE while agents are trying to track down those who are the most dangerous. One example, Harris, during an ICE operation in Chicago back in 2018, agents arrested 156 migrants. Of those, only 74 had criminal convictions. The other half were folks who just got caught up and were collateral arrest. Tom Home and others are warning we're almost certainly going to see a lot more of that because of these sanctuary policies. Harris?
And just so I'm clear, I mean, if they came here illegally, they already committed a crime. They broke our laws of sovereignty. So there's 156. Yes, 74 had committed crimes either in their former countries or in this one. But the balance of that was, from what you're saying, and that's what I want to get straight, they were here illegally anyway.
Here illegally, not violent criminals, though. And that's what the administration is focusing on in this initial set of operations.
All right. That's helpful. Garrett.
Those very individuals are inevitable.
Yeah. So, so steps are being taken. So basically, Chicago's a ghost town. Here is a mom who I thought broke down Elon pretty well. And I like how she did it. She did it politely, and she did it tactfully, not trying to make anybody feel stupid. Here we go.
Dylan, listen, can you say from my heart to yours, like you're using your hands, and from my heart to yours, like you're giving me your heart? Can you do that? Show me.
To my heart, to yours. That's
perfect. Good job, Dylan. Dylan's obsessed with the young Sheldon, and he loves numbers. And when I asked him to say, can you say from my heart to yours? How would you say that with your hands? That's whenever he said from my heart to yours, and it went straight. His fingers were straight, everything, you know? And had it been an exciting and stimulating moment, it probably would have been more dramatic. You people don't know what you're talking about. No two people are the same that have autism. They're all individual and do things differently. So yes, we mothers of neurodivergent children were definitely offended, including the fact that you were talking about him glitching yesterday whenever he was stimming. How easily our children could be misunderstood in this world. Thank you for proving that. Because I want him to have all the opportunities, same opportunities as Elon. The world is definitely full of monsters. This wasn't just political. It's the fact that no matter what party you support, it is not ever okay for you to make fun of and pick apart somebody's disability. Billionaire or no billionaire, fully capable of defending himself or not. It's bigger than that.
Yeah, it's bigger than that. Okay, all right, we caught up with that one. And now this is up in Seattle, Washington. I saw this last night and I was like, wow, hey, check this out.
Guys, Trump is not bluffing when he says he's going to purge these cities, because I'm just out in Seattle, minding my own business, just, you know, I want to see, it's nice outside. And 2 ice trucks pulled up. They're in Queen Anne right now. 2 ice trucks pull up. Yeah, I Googled what an ice truck looks like because I wanted to be sure. And yeah, those are ice trucks. So if you live in Seattle, be careful because we're not safe, because it's not just going to be Chicago that's going to get hit up. It looks like they're preparing to do stuff here too. So yeah, everyone stay careful out there. And this is the moment after TikTok gets unbanned. Yeah, I just made a video about that just a few minutes ago. So yeah, everyone be careful. Trump's not bluffing what he's saying he's going to do. But yeah.
So are you warning people that ice is coming?
Yeah, dudes, we're not.
Because
we're probably cooked.
You
guys.
It's almost like he's doing an admission of guilt there, doesn't it? Sound like that?
Oh man.
You know, I mean, ICE only deals with illegal aliens. Are young man, are you an illegal alien? Or I'm like, are you an illegal alien? Are you here illegally yourself? Why would you try to instill fear in people if you're legal? You know, just doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Oh, do you want me to make you happy now, Slow Country? You want me to make you happy now? Okay. Brad Garlinghouse, CEO at Ripple, explains that the creators of the XRP ledger have been early engineers of Bitcoin who saw problems that Bitcoin had and decided to build a better product, XRP. That's why we hear saying Bitcoin was a beta test coin, BTC. XRP is the final product. Let that sink in.
I will correct one thing right out of the gates. Ripple did not actually issue XRP. The XRP ledger is an open source, decentralized technology, not dissimilar than Bitcoin. And some of the creators of the XRP ledger actually had been early engineers that worked on Bitcoin, and they saw some of the scalability problems that Bitcoin was likely to have, the speed, both from an energy consumption, cost, some of the other problems, and they wanted to build a better digital asset to solve some of these problems. I will correct one thing right out of the gates.
So
Ripple did not actually.
So interesting, huh?
Oh yeah.
I thought you'd like that. You
Yeah, I
know?
like.
Go ahead.
I've got a couple of videos here about how the World Economic Forum is basically shitting their pants right now.
Okay.
And I think you're gonna like it. One's about 45 seconds long. There's another one that is about.
Go ahead, pull them up.
A minute and a half, and then I've got a 35-minute one. And that 35-minute video is an interview between a dude and Dr. Drew, and the guy is actually there at the World Economic Forum. He walked in as a dude off the street as what he called a whiffer. So here's this.
Does he talk vax and stuff?
He does a little bit, yes, but he calls it something else. And Dr. Drew chimes in about about when he was working on hepatitis B, maybe when he was working with him to develop the thing for hepatitis B. So here's this. Let me pull it up here.
Are you concerned that Trump might be elected again shortly?
I think it's very likely. And if it happens, it is likely to be the kind of like the death blow to what remains of the global order. And he says it openly. Now, again, it should be clear that many of these politicians, they present a false dichotomy, a false binary vision of the world, as if you have to choose between patriotism and globalism, between being loyal to your nation and being loyal to some kind of, I don't know, global government or whatever.
You heard that, right?
Yep.
And then here is the one, the guy I'm talking about with the 35-minute interview. His name is Larry Alex Taunton. He's actually in Davos right now. And I mean, this is just unreal. Let me see here. That isn't it. I have to go to his page here. Here it is. I expected to find panic in Davos at the World Economic Forum, and I did. Trump has done something no one has ever done before. A dead politician has risen. Let me go back to the beginning here.
Trump has done something no person in the world has ever done before. A dead man, a dead politician has risen. Somebody who if we were 4 years ago at Davos, he's buried, dead politically, known to me. He's now returned. This is the greatest comeback in political history of a politician. And then, therefore, he thinks he can do anything.
We need to also factor in not only who's won, which is Trump, but who's lost, which is to say us. And I guess I would throw into that the epitome of the us who is losing here is Europe. That the European Union and by and large its member states have misread the direction where events were going. The causes that it is interested in, climate, human rights, some others, as well as the methods of diplomacy that it prefers, are simply being gradually kind of marginalized as something new, not necessarily something better, but something new moves into the center.
They are shitting their pants right now.
Yep. You know they are. You know they are.
and
if I'm not mistaken, the World Economic Forum just started for this session, like in the last couple of days. Yesterday. Okay. And it goes on for what, a week?
Something like that.
Yeah. We'll wait a couple of days and we'll see what comes out. You know, I have a feeling that there'll be a whole lot of clips available, you know.
Oh man, this guy, Alex Taunton, I mean, he's off the chain. I mean, he's just off the charts. He's great and very articulate, very smart. Greetings from Davos, Switzerland. It is my contention that the WEF is neo-pagan, and these clips from a presentation today on granting personhood to nature illustrates that fact. Listen to the sound up from the very start. It's like an SNL skit. I haven't seen this yet. This is something new that he just put up a few hours ago, and it hasn't came up on my feed.
How long is it?
A minute and a half.
Oh, okay. It gives me time to fill up my coffee cup. Go ahead. I can hear it though.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm Johanna Hoffman, founder and director of Design for Adaptation, and I am here with all of you to open this session by traveling into the future. If you come to some other open forum sessions here this week, you might have traveled with me in similar fashion. And if that's the case, you might know that we are going to spend the next 10-ish minutes exploring a vision of what life in 2025 might be like. So before we start, take a moment to find a comfortable spot where you feel a little ease and close your eyes. This is an eyes closed exploration in part. And take a breath. Take a breath in and take a breath out. On that exhale, all of us here, you, me, the wonderful people on this panel that we will hear from very soon will have traveled 25 years into the future and landed in January 2050. We are still in Davos.
When Baron Trump is president. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Yeah, that right there, it just, oh, good Lord.
Yeah, he said it's a 20. She said in 2050. We're in 2050. Yeah, when Baron Trump is president.
Yeah. So did you want to listen to this interview? The dude did this interview in Davos. I mean, he just lays waste to the World Economic Forum.
You know, it's up to you, really. I mean, it's I would just be careful with the medical stuff, you know, because you don't need it yanked down. You got too much other good stuff in mixed in there that you don't want to have that content taken down as well, you know.
Right.
But you know, I think that the separation from the WHO through executive order and the First Amendment thing that he signed in regards to, you know, censorship and everything else, that pretty soon we'll be able to talk about both of them without having having an issue. It's perfectly understandable. I'm going to copy that link. That's the link right there. You just posted it in the chat.
Yeah, that's the link to this interview with Dr. Drew. I mean, he just absolutely lays waste to the World Economic Forum. I mean,
open up my Facebook and drop it over there.
I mean, he just absolutely lays waste to him. I'm going to drop the link over in Rumble also.
Rumble. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. Hang on, Facebook. I'm coming. I'll get there in a second. There we go.
Come on. There we go.
Just for security of keeping the channels up for right now, you know, because more and more stuff is going to go on here over these next weeks, and we want to make sure that we can get to you. So if we have to avoid a topic in order to make sure that we get to you every day, then so be it. You know, we'll have to deal with that. And for my chat, because I don't know if Slow Countries comes up in there or not.
I'm not sure if it does either, to be honest with you.
And you got it over, and you're on X too, right? Make sure you.
Yeah, I'm on X too. I'm getting ready to drop it in the chat over on X.
So, yeah.
Well, actually, for the people watching on X, if you just go to my reposts, or my posts, it'll be in there.
Yeah.
At least it should be. Just be on the safe side. I'll go ahead and share it again over there.
Yeah.
There we go. So, also, did you see the new O'Keefe that came out?
No, I did. Is that O'Keefe or is that Veritas?
O'Keefe Media Group.
Okay, go ahead.
So, this guy talking about putting roadblocks in front of RFK Jr. And I mean, this is how how corrupt and sick the system is. And he's basically admitting there's a swamp without saying there's a swamp. So let's go ahead and get this going. It's about 15 minutes long. So while it's playing, I'm going to get a quick cigarette in. And I'm probably going to grab something from upstairs real quick.
Make it full screen, full screen.
Oh, full screen, full screen. There we go.
There you go.
All
yeah,
right,
because they generally put the what do you call them, the captions on there. You know, so sometimes if people aren't hearing it right, then they can look at the words, and the bigger it is, the easier it is to read the words, especially for my old butt.
All right, here we go, folks.
People joke about the deep state, but like to some degree it's real because they have ways that they can slow things down or block you without you realizing it.
Meet Byron Cohen, an advisor at the White House.
RFK Jr. is a very bad pick for HHS. There's a good chance that the bureaucracy just crushes him.
Is there anything that you're gonna do?
I would consider like slowing things down. I can't really think of anyone who I would less rather have be president.
Can you give me an example of like how you think they'll do it when RFK gets in?
One thing you might be able to do to like sort of make him think like something is happening when it's not.
The White House advisor explains how the administrative state creates deceptive commissions to hinder executive decisions.
One of the ways you can slow things down in a bureaucracy is you can commit to studying something. Put together like a commission. Mr. Secretary, we're going to put together a commission to study the safety of fluoride in water. Mr. Secretary, we're going to put together a commission to study vaccine safety. And we'll let you know when the report comes out. And he'll be like, yes, yes, great. And then years will pass and nothing has happened. A sophisticated bureaucrat can do a lot to run around an unsophisticated political agency.
Byron says that when it comes to certain policy positions, subverting the will of the people is justified.
Would it be subverting the will of the people to crush RFK or block him or whatever?
For the most part, the American people don't actually agree with RFK's views on things like vaccines. So, I mean, in a literal sense, if you were like blocking something he was trying to do to undermine vaccines, you are probably acting in a way that is consistent with what the majority want.
Meet Byron Cohen, who serves as an advisor for Interagency Research and Development Oversight in the White House Office of Pandemic, Preparedness and Response Policy, or OPPR. Byron's LinkedIn confirms his credentials, both at the White House currently and at Harvard University, where he completed the requirements for his PhD in population health sciences, and where he also taught courses in epidemiological methods. On the eve of this video being released, Byron's LinkedIn page was taken down. Byron Cohen is not a political appointee. In other words, he was not appointed by any particular president. He is what's considered a detailee and holds a fellowship at the White House through something called the Horizon Institute for Public Service that placed him in the White House. According to multiple government websites, a detailee is an employee of a United States executive branch government agency temporarily assigned to another position, generally in another U.S. government agency or international organization. The employee's original agency will usually continue to pay the person's salary. White House officials tell us that these fellows have real political power, and Byron tells us that he intends to exercise it.
What's it like working at the White House? It's pretty cool.
I like it. I mean, I have a good team. I can't really think of anyone who I would less rather have be president than Trump. But that's what the American people wanted, I guess.
Are you gonna stay?
I'm gonna stay for the first few months to help, help ensure there's a successful transition. Like most of our team is leaving. I'm also a detailee, but my detail doesn't end until July.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if I'll actually stay that long. It kind of depends, like, how it's going, basically. Like, if the new admin, like, listens to us and, like, values our expertise, I'll probably stay a little longer. If they try to make our lives difficult or kind of just marginalize us, then there's not as much value in me staying there, and go do something else. Some of them are political appointees, and those people would be expected to leave at the end of an administration.
So political appointee means that, like, the president or somebody chose
exactly. They're nominated by the president.
Okay.
So that's like the senior leaders, basically. Like the director of the office and his deputies. They're political appointees.
Okay.
The other people are mostly what are called detailees, which means like they're loaned to the White House from other parts of the federal government.
So I was looking at your Bumble profile, and you said that you were a nerd about health policy, and I saw the picture of you shaking the president's hand.
So my PhD was in public health, but then like within that, I studied both like healthcare systems and also like infectious disease epidemiology. So I jumped around a bit. Most of my coursework was actually like on healthcare systems, but then my research was more on like mathematical modeling of infectious diseases. So I work in the White House Office of Pandemic Preparedness and Response Policy. Most of what I focus on is trying to understand how the federal government is investing in medical countermeasures for potential pandemic pathogens.
After experiencing 4 years of a volatile economy, America is facing record inflation and a massive threat to the U.S. dollar. Experts are warning the stock market could crash and we could be facing a recession. In these uncertain times, I recommend gold to my audience, and I trust Fisher Capital as my official gold partner. Not only have my friends at Fisher delivered hundreds of millions of dollars in gold to their clients, they have also proven to be vigilant and right on the phone for USA every day. Movement is successful. Considering exclusive and get all of portfolios are too important to trust to stand that. Told us about Byron Fisher, OMG.com. Byron Cohen, who works in health policy at the White House, told us about his disapproval of RFK Jr. Byron admitted that the deep state is real and that RFK will be, quote, crushed by the deep state bureaucracy.
So that I think like RFK Jr. is a very bad pick for HHS.
Can you guys maybe like micromanage RFK? A little bit.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping someone just puts him in a closet. I mean, I honestly think that is probably, there's a good chance that the bureaucracy just crushes him. Because like,
And
to
that would
get
be
the,
you guys, right?
not us so much as HHS. And so it's not just a matter of like ordering people to do things you want to do, because they have ways that they can slow things down or block you without you realizing it. They're like, people joke about the deep.
All right, I'm going to pause this for a minute. I guess there's some executive orders that's about to be signed.
Oh, bring him up. Is he on? Is he going on Rumble?
I know it's on RSBN.
Oh, hang on. Let me look on his channel, because of the advertisements from okay, all right. He it doesn't look like he's doing one. Okay, all right. Yeah, I guess you got to go with RSBN then.
Pulling it up now. Damn it. If I can click on the right thing here. There we go. Live executive order from the Oval Office.
I just hate the fact that they'll shrink things down into a small box and throw all them advertisements and everything else up there. You know, that's why I like it when he has his camera turned on, you know, and it's going on, you know, there. Wicked Trillium says 20 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go back to that video real quick. If somebody could keep an eye on that, Hawk, I'm going to drop you this link. And if you could pull it up, then as soon as it comes on, we'll just switch screens.
Yeah, I can. I got RSBN.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
All right.
No worries.
Awesome. Yeah, just let me know when it comes up, and we'll just switch screens. How's that sound?
Okay. Yep, that works.
All right, here we go. Let's try this again. There we go.
State, but like to some degree it's real. What I will say is like the bureaucracy will do what is in the bureaucracy's interests. Does that make sense?
Can you elaborate a little bit?
Like an agency is not going to want to give up money or control without a fight.
Yeah.
Right. That's natural. And there's sort of always ways they can fight back. Maybe they lose eventually, but like they can slow things down. They can make it annoying. Exactly. And so I don't see him as a guy with like the knowledge and the patience and the humility that would be needed to get the bureaucracy to actually do what he wants them to do. Does that make sense? Like
so
it's actually really hard.
Already don't like him. He's not making it easier to like him, right?
Yeah, like if you come in threatening to fire all of the scientists at NIH that work on infectious disease research, they're by default not going to trust you, right? Why would they? And so, yeah, I suspect he's going to have a harder time getting what he wants done than he thinks.
The White House official describes how the deep state bureaucracy exercises its power and actually accomplishes the objective of slowing down executive decisions. Byron even goes on to state what he will do if given an order that he doesn't agree with, saying he will block it and slow things down.
When you said that the deep state was kind of real,
Yeah.
what did you mean by that?
I just mean like the bureaucracy has its own power and to some extent like desires.
How does that work?
here's an example. So like in my job, one of the things I've done is like write this report assessing like how the federal government spends its money on medical countermeasures for potential pandemic pathogens, and trying to understand like, are we spending it on the right stuff? And then came up with some recommendations for how we could improve management of this portfolio. HHS hated this because essentially it amounts to the White House telling them what to do, telling them how to spend their money.
Oh.
And they have ways, like if they don't want to do something, they have ways to kind of fight it. They can slow walk something. They can pretend to be working really hard on something when they're not. Sometimes they can just say no if it's not like coming directly from the president.
Byron Cohen, an advisor at the White House, revealed what the deep state will do to stop incoming Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Can you give me an example of like how you think they'll do it when RFK, like if he gets in and does something crazy?
One thing you might be able to do to like sort of make him think like something is happening when it's not is to sort of put together like a commission to study something. Like, so maybe you can say like, all right, we're going to put together, Mr. Secretary, we're going to put together a commission to study the safety of fluoride in water. Mr. Secretary, we're going to put together a commission to study vaccine safety. And we'll let you know when the report comes out. And he'll be like, yes, great. And then years will pass and nothing has happened.
Oh.
You know, there's, you know, a sophisticated bureaucrat can do a lot to run around an unsophisticated political appointee if they want to.
In recent months, many of our fellow Americans experienced unprecedented natural disasters and damaged infrastructure, making access to healthcare essentials impossible at the Health find a support by going health percent I checked. Argues that subverting the will of the American people is justified if the policy position taken by the cabinet member is wrong.
Would it be subverting the will of the people to kind of like crush RFK or block him or whatever? Would that be subverting the will of the American people?
You could argue that the will of the American people was to elect Donald Trump and give him the ability to appoint people he agrees with to the cabinet. I think a counter argument is that for the most part, the American people don't actually agree with RFK's views on things like vaccines. So, I mean, in a literal sense, if you were like blocking something he was trying to do to undermine vaccines, you are probably doing like acting in a way that is consistent with what the majority wants as a policy outcome, but you're also kind of subverting the political process as it is normally meant to operate.
If you're on the inside of any government institution and notice corruption, reach out to us via email at tips@o'keefemediagroup.com or text us or call us at 914-491-9395 on Signal, and an OMG journalist will get back to you immediately. Thank you and stay tuned.
Interesting.
Isn't it though? I thought that was pretty. And the other thing, let me pull up my profile here.
You want to know what? I have that speech for Donald Trump to the World Economic Forum. Queued up ready to play.
Oh, do you?
Yep.
And I just want to add that thing he put out yesterday. That or the general put out, I should say. Now this post from the general makes a little more sense after seeing this video from O'Keefe Media. Breaking: Donald Trump has imposed a communications blackout across the America's federal health agencies, including CDC, FDA, Health and Human Services, and NIH. These agencies have been instructed to halt all external communications, such as publishing scientific report, updating websites, and issuing health advisories. The directive was issued suddenly and without prior notice. Now that makes a little bit more sense, doesn't it?
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Oh, am I on?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much, Klaus, and hello to everyone in beautiful Davos. This has been a truly historic week in the United States. 3 days ago, I took the oath of office and we began the golden age of America. The recent presidential election was won by millions of votes, and all seven, every one of them, all seven swing states. It was a massive mandate from the American people like hasn't been seen in many years. And some of the political pundits, even some of my so-called enemies, said it was the most consequential election victory in 129 years. That's quite nice. What the world has witnessed in the past 72 hours is nothing less than a revolution of common sense. Our country will soon be stronger, wealthier, and more united than ever before, and the entire planet will be more peaceful and prosperous as a result of this incredible momentum and what we're doing and going to do. My administration is acting with unprecedented speed to fix the disasters we've inherited from a totally inept group of people and to solve every single crisis facing our country. This begins with confronting the economic chaos caused by the failed policies of the last administration. Over the past 4 years, our government racked up $8 trillion in wasteful deficit spending and inflicted nation-wrecking energy restrictions, crippling regulations, and hidden taxes like never before. The result is the worst inflation crisis in modern history and sky-high interest rates for our citizens and even throughout the world. Food prices and the price of almost every other thing known to mankind went through the roof. President Biden totally lost control of what was going on in our country, but in particular with our high inflation economy and at our border. Because of these ruinous policies, total government spending this year is $1.5 trillion higher than was projected to occur when I left office just 4 years ago. Likewise, the cost of servicing the debt is more than 230% higher than was projected in 2020. The inflation rate we are inheriting remains 50% higher than the historic target. It was the highest inflation probably in the history of our country. That's why from the moment I took office, I've taken rapid action to reverse each and every one of these radical left policies that created this calamity, in particular with immigration, crime, and inflation. On day one, I signed an executive order directing every member of my cabinet to marshal all powers at their disposal to defeat inflation and reduce the cost of daily life. I imposed a federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, a foreign aid freeze, and I created the new Department of Government Efficiency. I terminated the ridiculous and incredibly wasteful Green New Deal. I call it the Green New Scam. Withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord and ended the insane and costly electric vehicle mandate. We're going to let people buy the car they want to buy. I declared a national energy emergency, and that's so important, national energy emergency to unlock the liquid gold under our feet and pave the way for rapid approvals of new energy infrastructure. The United States has the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we're going to use it. Not only will this reduce the cost of virtually all goods and services, it'll make the United States a manufacturing superpower and the world capital of artificial intelligence and crypto. My administration has also begun the largest deregulation campaign in history, far exceeding even the record-setting efforts of my last term. In total, the Biden administration imposed $50,000 in additional regulatory costs on the average American household over the last 4 years. I have promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every new regulation, which will soon put many thousands of dollars back in the pockets of American families. To further unleash our economy, our majorities in the House and Senate, which we also took along with the presidency, are going to pass the largest tax cut in American history, including massive tax cuts for workers and family, and big tax cuts for domestic producers and manufacturers. And we're working with the Democrats on getting an extension of the original Trump tax cuts, as you probably know, by just reading any paper. My message to every business in the world is very simple. Come make your product in America, and we will give you among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth. We're bringing them down very substantially, even from the original Trump tax cuts. But if you don't make your product in America, which is your prerogative, then very simply you will have to pay a tariff, differing amounts, but a tariff which will direct hundreds of billions of dollars and even trillions of dollars into our treasury to strengthen our economy and pay down debt. Under the Trump administration, there will be no better place on earth to create jobs, build factories, or grow a company than right here in the good old USA. Already Americans you can see this, I think, maybe even in your wonderful, wonderful room that you're all gathered together, so many of my friends, but Americans, the economic confidence is soaring like we haven't seen in many, many decades, maybe not at all. Upon my election, it was just announced that small business optimism skyrocketed by 41 points in a single month. That's the highest ever. There's never been anything like that. SoftBank has announced between a $100 and $200 billion investment in the U.S. economy because of the election result. And just 2 days ago, Oracle, SoftBank, and OpenAI announced a $500 billion investment in AI infrastructure. Other companies likewise have announced billions and billions and billions, adding up to trillions of investment in America, in the United States. And it's also reported today in the papers that Saudi Arabia will be investing at least $600 billion in America. But I'll be asking the Crown Prince, who's a fantastic guy, to round it out to around $1 trillion. I think they'll do that because we've been very good to them. And I'm also going to ask Saudi Arabia and OPEC to bring down the cost of oil. You got to bring it down, which frankly, I'm surprised they didn't do before the election. That didn't show a lot of love by them not doing it. I was a little surprised by that. If the price came down, the Russia-Ukraine war would end immediately. Right now, the price is high enough that that war will continue. You got to bring down the oil price. You got to end that war. They should have done it long ago. They're very responsible, actually, to a certain extent for what's taking place. Millions of lives are being lost. With oil prices going down, I'll demand that interest rates drop immediately, and likewise, they should be dropping all over the world. Interest rates should follow us. All over, the progress that you're seeing is happening because of our historic victory in a recent presidential election, one that has become quite well known throughout the world. I think a lot of things are happening to a lot of countries. They say that there's light shining all over the world since the election, and even countries that we aren't particularly friendly with are happy because they understand what there is a future and how great the future will be. Under our leadership, America is back and open for business. And this week, I'm also taking swift action to stop the invasion at our southern border. They allowed people to come in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It was ridiculous. I decided and declared to do, and very, very importantly, a national emergency on our border, immediately halted all entry of illegal border crossers, of which there were many, and began promptly returning the illegal trespassers back to the place from which they came. That action, as you've probably seen, has already started very strongly. I've deployed active duty U.S. military and National Guard troops to the border to assist in repelling the invasion. It was really an invasion. We will not allow our territory to be violated. After 4 long years, the United States is strong and sovereign and a beautiful nation. Once again, it's a strong, sovereign nation. In addition, I'm pleased to report that America is also a free nation once again. On day one, I signed an executive order to stop all government censorship. No longer will our government label the speech of our own citizens as misinformation or disinformation, which are the favorite words of censors and those who wish to stop the free exchange of ideas and, frankly, progress. We have saved free speech in America, and we've saved it strongly. With another historic executive order this week, I also ended the weaponization of law enforcement against the American people and, frankly, against politicians, and restored the fair, equal, and impartial rule of law. My administration has taken action to abolish all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense. And these are policies that were absolute nonsense throughout the government and the private sector. With the recent yet somewhat unexpected great Supreme Court decision just made, America will once again become a merit-based country. You have to hear that word, merit-based country. And I've made it official, an official policy of the United States, that there are only two genders, male and female. And we will have no men participating in women's sports, and transgender operations, which became the rage, will occur very rarely. Finally, as we restore common sense in America, we're moving quickly to bring back strength and peace and stability abroad. I'm also going to ask all NATO nations to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP, which is what it should have been years ago. It was only at 2%, and most nations didn't pay until I came along. I insisted that they pay, and they did, because the United States was really paying the difference at that time, and it was unfair to the United States. But many, many things have been unfair for many years to the United States. Before even taking office, my team negotiated a ceasefire agreement in the Middle East, which wouldn't have happened without us, as I think most of the people in the room know. Earlier this week, the hostages began to return to their families. They are returning, and it's a beautiful sight, and they'll be coming in more and more. They started coming back on Sunday. Our efforts to secure a peace settlement between Russia and Ukraine are now hopefully underway. It's so important to get that done. That is an absolute killing field. Millions of soldiers are being killed. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. They're laying dead all over the flat fields. It's a flat field farmland, and there's millions of Russians and millions of Ukrainians. And nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. It's time to end it. And here in America, we have big events coming up. Next year, we have the 250th anniversary of America's founding. I'm so honored to be president during that. That's been a big event. They've been talking about it for 10 years. We also have the World Cup. And I understand Gianni's in the room. Infantino, he was very instrumental in helping us get it. He's there with you someplace, I think. And I want to thank him for that. And then we have the Olympics coming up, which I was instrumental in getting also in my first term. And who would have known that by skipping a term, I would get the Olympics? I was upset. I said, you know, I got the Olympics to come and I won't be president. But it turned out through a stroke of luck, or whatever you might call it, that I'm going to be president during the World Cup and the Olympics and the 250th anniversary. So that's going to be three big events. And we've accomplished more in less than 4 days. We have really been working 4 days than other administrations have accomplished in 4 years. And we're just getting started. It's really an amazing thing to see. And the spirit and the light over our country has been incredible. Under the last administration, our nation has suffered greatly, but we're going to bring it back and make it greater, bigger, stronger, better than ever before. I want to thank everybody for being with you. I would have been there myself, except the inauguration was 2 days ago. I thought it might be a little bit quick to make it the first stop, but we'll get there one day. We hope to get there. But I do appreciate, I heard the audience is fantastic, and many of my friends are in the audience, and I will be taking questions now from some very distinguished people. Thank you all very much.
All right. Okay. So yeah, he's blocked and banned. Yeah, mods. You know, you can do whatever whatever you have to do over there. Do not hesitate. I've been watching. I'm watching two different screens. I've got RSBN up on my main screen, and I've got this up on my other screen, so I can't see the chat. I just happened to pop over and look and saw, that the smart ass say, I said, well, if I could see my comments, then I'm not blocked, and I saw that and proceeded to do the old Budo. I'm probably going to jump into your chat next, Slow Country, so keep an eye out for him.
Oh, that's fine, because all I got to do is click on this thing and then I could just ban him right here.
Yeah. Well, so what's cool about it is when you do it, it bans them. But when an admin does it, it only does it for that broadcast.
Oh.
They can get into your next broadcast. So when you do it from the studio here,
Yeah.
it goes into it literally goes into your ban list, so they can never get back in again.
Nice.
So yeah, so that's why I do it the way I do it. That's why I do it the way I do it. I'm trying to keep an eye out for President Trump. If you're watching the chats, you can. If you can't click on them to ban them, let me know and I will. Let's see.
I jumped over on my phone to get that one dude.
Yeah, it's here we go with Carly Bonet put this out. Bill Milligan reports Fox gets a ride along with ICE on immigration raids.
Good morning, everyone. It's a frigid 5 degrees in the pre-dawn hours just outside of Boston, where this team of elite ICE officers is briefing on their targets for the day. We're going to be targeting some extremely violent offenders today. Within moments, the officers are on the move, with eyes on their first target. Looks like we got movement, target vehicle coming out. They quickly take him into custody. He's an MS-13 gang member wanted in El Salvador for aggravated murder. And he has an Interpol red notice out for his arrest.
We are targeting very violent threats to our community.
I'm not going back to Haiti. One of those threats is this illegal alien from Haiti. ICE says he's a gang member with 17 criminal convictions in recent years.
Trump, you feel me? Lil Biden forever, bro. Thank Obama for everything that he did for me, bro.
ICE Boston quickly takes down its next targets, including this illegal alien from Brazil who has an Interpol red notice for armed robbery. This Salvadoran.
Okay, I've got to back this up a minute, and I want you guys to pay attention to what he says. Listen really close. What name do you pick out of that? Okay, when he says it, okay? Listen close.
One of those threats is this illegal alien from Haiti. ICE says he's a gang member with 17 criminal convictions in recent years.
17?
Trump, you feel me? Lil Biden forever, bro. Thank Obama for everything that he did for me, bro.
Thank Obama for everything he did for me. Thank Obama? Wait a second. Thank Obama for everything he did for me.
Now, why would somebody do that if they weren't in charge?
Why would somebody do that if he wasn't president? What would that make him? That would make him a renegade.
Absolutely.
Look up the definition of renegade. Here we go, a little bit more.
ICE Boston quickly takes down its next targets, including this illegal alien from Brazil who has an Interpol red notice for armed robbery. This Salvadoran illegal alien charged locally with rape and released by a sanctuary jurisdiction.
Señor, ¿cómo se llama?
And this Dominican illegal alien charged with assault with a deadly weapon and heroin trafficking. Officers also arrested this Guatemalan MS-13 gang member facing gun charges. ICE says he was released from local custody just the day before. Their detainer request was ignored because of sanctuary policies. And in a sign of shifting priorities with the new Trump administration, this man, who was in the same apartment as the target, was also arrested after ICE determined he's also in the U.S. illegally. This is what ICE calls collateral.
So you guys got your main target just now, but you got somebody else. What just happened?
So our main target was released by a sanctuary jurisdiction, not honoring a detainer. That person was released back into the community, and when we went to go find him, he's with somebody else who was previously removed from the United States. So he's going to go today too.
And that is exactly what Border Czar Tom Homan has warned would happen.
When we find the bad guy, he's probably with others that are in the United States illegally. They may not be a criminal priority, but we're not walking away from them.
ICE Boston says they will continue to go into sanctuary jurisdictions and do their job.
Today was a good day. Today we took several significant public safety threats out of our communities. Unfortunately, a lot were released by sanctuary policies, but we're here to tell the Commonwealth and the rest of the country that we're going to find them whether they're released or not.
And guys, shortly after we finished filming, ICE Boston told us they arrested 2 more targets in other parts of town away from our cameras. One of those targets is a previously deported Honduran illegal alien who was arrested for raping a woman while putting a gun in her mouth. The other target they got is a Haitian man who first flew into the United States in 2023 as part of President Biden's controversial migrant flights mass parole program. Well, they just picked him up yesterday because he's been arrested locally for sexual assault. We'll send it back to you.
Bill Mallusion, it was fascinating to watch all of that. I think I was just saying to Bill, this is terrible for Joe Biden and the legacy that he tried to leave behind. A question from me, how soon will they actually be leaving the country? Does that take a long time?
It depends what country they're from. If they're from cooperable countries like El Salvador, Guatemala, countries like that, it can be quick. It can be within days or weeks. If it's countries that are harder to deport, countries that don't cooperate with the U.S. as much, it can go into a process of months. But the Trump administration is changing policies with something called expedited removal. The bottom line is people at home don't need to understand all the policies. The Trump administration is just going to work as fast as they can to get all the people you just saw on camera there out of the country as fast as possible. They're also going to use their State Department, now led by Marco Rubio, to put pressure on countries that don't cooperate with the U.S. as much when it comes to those deportations.
Bill, just two points of clarification here. It seems a lot of these crimes are associated with sex crimes. I'm just looking at the list a bit earlier today. I don't know if that generally is the case or not. And second, if Boston's a sanctuary city, how are they allowed to do this? Because we told there would be resistance.
Boston doesn't have to cooperate with ICE, but there's nothing they can do to stop ICE from coming into their city and enforcing the law. And that's exactly what happened yesterday. And that's the point ICE makes to us is, look, they don't have to cooperate with our detainer requests. They don't have to tell our officers when they're releasing somebody from jail. But we're going to do our job. We have our intel guys out in the field. We have people with eyes all over the place, and we're going to snatch those guys. So they can make ICE's job more difficult, longer, and more dangerous, but it's not going to stop ICE from doing the job, guys. The bottom line is ICE says it's safer for everybody involved if locals would just hand these guys over in jail once they're arrested, but they don't. They let them out onto the streets. They don't tell ICE about it. So ICE has to spend a lot of resources gathering intel, finding these guys, and then going out into the community to do arrests, which could be dangerous. You saw that combative Haitian man. And then you saw in the case of that one MS-13 member, his friend got snagged. They weren't even looking for him. They were looking for the MS-13 guy. They picked him up because a sanctuary jurisdiction released the MS-13 guy. ICE found him and then found the guy who was in the apartment with. They found out he was an illegal alien as well. So now he's going to be deported too.
Wow.
Amazing. Bill Mallusion, thank you so much. More to come on that.
Thank you, Bill.
Partly more to come because Trump's immigration crackdown hitting other Democrat-led cities. Agents are targeting migrants with horrific criminal histories. In New York City, they include an alleged MS-13 gang member and a Jamaican national previously arrested for child pornography. Then there's a migrant in San Francisco who has a previous sex crime conviction as well. So there you see that pattern again.
So it's focused raids, but But, you know, and this is the thing, okay, reporting on the exact same thing, okay. Now, Colin Rugg, I'm going to call you out, okay, because what you did not catch in his statement was the part regarding Barack Obama. Okay?
For everything.
Right there on the screen in the video that you have posted on your profile, you call out the fuck Trump and Biden forever, but you don't call out the fact that he said, thank Obama for everything he did for me. Now, am I wrong in pointing that out?
No, not at all. Actually, you know, if you're going to report something, report it accurately.
Yep. And report all of it. All of it. You can't, you can't just pick out a couple of little things. You've got to cover the whole thing. And this is where, like the wrap-up smear. Okay. Nancy Pelosi explained it to everybody exactly what the wrap-up smear is. Okay. And, here we go with, somebody reporting on something. Okay. And this is a prime example of reporting on something and being so inaccurate and misleading. Okay. Listen closely.
Breaking news, Donald Trump revoked the Equal Employment Opportunity Act of 1965 via...
Okay. So what's her claim? He revokes the Equal Opportunity Act of 1965. Okay. Hear her say it again because she's reporting falsely. And you know what's funny is doesn't she kind of look like Patriot Princess? The same puffed up lips and hair. And,
oh my. Yeah, I didn't notice that.
Okay. These are things that I'm noticing. Okay. That there's a few women, they all have the exact same stature, the same type of look, heavy caked on makeup shaped faces, everything all the way down the line. I think that they're all somehow connected. Okay. But let's listen again. Here we go.
Breaking news, Donald Trump revoked the Equal Employment Opportunity Act of 1965 via executive order. Yes, I did post a...
Okay, so as an attorney, that is absolutely false. There absolutely is no truth behind what you just said. That entire video was just a blatant lie. It was blatant false equivalency of actually what was signed. So let me break it down for you, Attorney Martinez. Trump signed an executive order revoking an executive order. What you said is that he revoked an act, which is a law, which is not legal. He cannot do that. He cannot revoke an act of Congress. What the executive order actually means is that it's taking away DEI hires. So when a company discriminates their hiring based on who someone has sex with in their free time, which was the bedrock of the 1965 executive order, not the congressional law. So basically, instead of hiring people based on who they sleep with at home, off duty, right, they will now be hired again based on merit, education, and qualifications. That's what the executive order says. It takes away no anti-discrimination laws. People of color and women will still be employed fairly. It just takes away DEI hiring and hiring people based on who they have sex with. That's what the executive order does. It does not take away anti-discrimination laws, and a president cannot do that. They do not have the power to revoke a congressional law without it being approved by Congress, which is what would cause an overturning, which he did not file for. So shame on you, attorney, because you're wrong, and that's horrible to spread to the masses, to millions of people that follow you.
because you're a liar. And this is why I challenge people of TikTok to not just get their news from TikTok, not even just me. I'm not going to be a hypocrite here and say, I'm always right about everything, only listen to me. I'm wrong sometimes. Sometimes I read an article that's 2 years old, but there's a new one from only a year ago, and I'm not up to date. Shit happens. But challenge what you see on social media, because people like this are what's making our country even more divided than it already is. And 9 out of 10 times, it's based on a lie, because people don't have the energy to go and read through 1,000-page bills. They'd rather see a 10-second video of an easy explanation, but that comes with lack of credibility. So let's do better together.
Well, and it also sounded like that girl didn't even have a high school government class. High school government class tells you that the president can't revoke an act. It has to be an act of Congress, or the judicial side of it has to strike the law down.
Yep. And it's, and the thing is it's, this falls back to the day Dave and I did the show. Be careful who you follow, because it's a one-sided narrative that pushes fear. And it's like saying, all these podcasters that came out about the jibber jabberwocky thingy that was brought up by Sam Altman and those other guys there in the press room. Okay. And in regards of nanobots and everything else. And by the way, there's something that gets rid of nanobots. We'll bring that up on another one. But the idea of the perception of their story, okay, is faltering because not giving it time. It's like when a news story comes out, like about a murderer or something like that, you always give it like 48 hours. I mean, you can report what happened, that is released by the news, but you don't stand on a personal outlook of that incident until you see further proof, which generally comes 24, 48 hours, 96 hours, in that time period, instead of that immediate news. It's the rush to be the first one to bring it up, the first one to talk about it, the claim to notoriety, or whatever effect you want to call it, and it's kind of nuts. So therefore I am put this one out, and I thought that this was interesting, because these are the people teaching our kids. Okay, ICE can raid schools now and churches. He signed that yesterday. They can go into schools and churches to go after people and kids. Okay, here we go.
As a public school teacher, I have no idea where they are. I don't recall their names. I have no idea what country they're from. Can't recall the last time I saw them. I have no information about that. I'm not aware of any of that. I don't recall. I have no idea. I don't know anything about that. I don't recognize that name. This is where we're at in public education. You work in a field that is closely intertwined with vulnerable populations like the ill, children, the poor. You need to now more than ever refresh your memory on your rights, your students' rights, your patients' rights in terms of immigration. Because now ICE can raid these, what used to be safe spaces where people could come to get medical care or come to get education. And now those spaces are being...
Where they can come to get medical care. Where they can come to get medical care. I didn't know that a school was responsible for a child's medical care.
Invaded. So your best friend is, I don't know. I'm not aware of that. I can't recall. Do not say anything to these motherfuckers. Let me just say this and make it very clear. If you are a teacher and you voted for that fucking orange, you don't deserve the privilege to teach the students that are in your classroom. You don't deserve to step foot in any educational facility ever. I will die on the hill that teaching is social work. If you can't
pause that right there. Teaching is social work? Wait a minute. I thought you were supposed to be an educator, not a social worker. You
Yeah.
were hired to be a teacher, not a social worker. Let her finish.
Can't see and make connections with how you vote and the experiences that your students are going to have to endure, you don't deserve to be a teacher. Genuinely. If you're a teacher and you voted for this, shame on you.
I teach people how to grow weed, and you know what? Politics don't ever get brought up in it. Yeah. So I still got RSB on in here. He's still not at the desk signing. So I do still have it there. So I hope you're watching chat because I can't.
I am.
All right. Shadow of Ezra says President Donald Trump has officially revoked Mike Pompeo's security protection. This move comes less than 24 hours after Trump revealed Pompeo blocked the release of the JFK files during his first administration. Pompeo has also been accused of playing a key role in plotting the assassination of Julian Assange. He is a traitor and should never be granted a security protection again. Yeah. Pompeo. Yep. Pompeo. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Trump is giving them communication blackouts. This is interesting. Take a listen. Who he's blacking out is the key of this.
This is the biggest shit I have seen from Trump yet. If you had justice for the scamdemic on your 2025 bingo card, mark that shit off. He just put a communications blackout on the CDC, FDA, HHS, and fucking NIH. All of them. They are blacked the fuck out. They can't publish any reports. They can't communicate. They can't talk to anybody. They can't update their website. They can't fucking start another scamdemic. Whatever the fuck we all thought they were planning another fucking scamdemic with the goddamn monkeypox and shit. Dude, they fucking got him. He fucking cut him off right at the fucking legs. Trump is the road runner, and these corrupt fucks are Wile E. Coyote. He is cutting them off at the pass every single fucking time. And it's only Wednesday. Like, Jesus Christ, I don't even want to tell him to slow down. But, like, I can't keep up. I can't keep up with all the awesomeness. How does he do this? How is he doing this? This is fucking... Like, I didn't even think the first week could be this awesome. I knew it was going to blow minds, but this is going to be, by Friday, what are we going to do? What awesome shit has he got fucking stacked up for us here? I'm already out of popcorn. What the fuck am I going to do?
Oh, yeah. Okay. And he did put out another one. And this one here, I really want you guys to pay close attention to.
Barack Obama famously said, never underestimate Joe Biden's ability to fuck shit up. These preemptive pardons, huge fuck up. Rand Paul was just on Fox News. Fauci's pardon is not a blanket. It does not cover perjury. And as Rand Paul states, he completely perjured himself to Congress when he said they do not fund gain-of-function research, because they totally do. Rand Paul says they're going to subpoena his ass, drag him back in front of fucking Congress, make him testify. He no longer has Fifth Amendment fucking protections, and they are going to drag. The DOJ dropped a statement that they expected these pardons for Biden's family, and they are drawing up subpoenas for them as well. They're for a grand jury. They are going to have to testify. One of the one of the Senate investigations newly today found multiple bank accounts with direct payments from China to Joe Biden for $250,000. They just subpoenaed more bank records. These preemptive pardons are going to be massive fuck ups. These people no longer have Fifth Amendment rights. They are going to be deposed. This is fucking awesome. I want to see so much fucking accountability. It's that I'm just buried in it. I want the accountability and justice, I want to drown in it. Oh, motherfuckers, this is the upswing. We are about to see what we have fucking been wanting for decades. Some accountability to the criminals that have just enriched themselves in our government. These are great days. Trump, I fucking love you, buddy. Thank you. Welcome to the upswing, America, and long live the Republic.
Long live the Republic. Now, what'd you think of that one?
Oh, that was good. That first one you showed, that was fantastic too.
Yeah, he drops a lot of F-bombs, but in excitement, you can't blame him. Project Mockingbird. J.S. Stevens says, posting my new song until I get Elon Musk's attention. Okay. Elon, maybe you're watching. Let's take it. Here we go.
I don't care who this offends. I'm out of fucks to get. It's easy to see who's watching CNN, MSN.
Wait. Don't be doing that.
See those people ain't your friends. They don't want us to be united. They want me again. Suicide and they gon' lie to you. That's just what they do. They don't tell the truth. Reality isn't everything that it seems. You can't believe anything they say on TV. The truth is free. Got me feeling free as can be. So R.I.P. to the propaganda machine. I gotta represent. These countries on the edge of World War III. Here's what I recommend. Turn off ABC, just get on X instead. They don't want us to be united. They want me again. Suicide and they gon' lie to you. That's just what they do. They don't tell the truth. Reality isn't everything that it seems. You can't believe anything they say on TV. The truth is free. Got me feeling free as can be. So R.I.P. to the propaganda machine.
I'm gonna let it play because I didn't watch this part. That's what I have up on my camper. Wait, easy to set up. So, give me a second here. I will grab the link.
Barack Obama famously said, never
Quiet. I'm going to play this while
They wanted to take care of. Yeah, but sure. They wanted to. I don't care. They're yelling at me. This is more important because right now the economy is going to do great.
This is exactly what I was talking about with Hannity. Here is that link for you to drop over on your side there, Slow. And let me grab Facebook real quick and add it over there. Yeah, that's definitely a song that should be spread because I think that makes a very valid point. You know, get your news directly from people who actually give a crap about this country and about the finding the truth and putting it in front of you. Okay, not interrupt you and make excuses about the topic that you're bringing up. Here we go.
To give pardons to everybody but him. They wanted to take care of. Yeah, but sure. They wanted to. I don't care.
They're yelling at me.
This is more important because right now the economy is going to do great. To give.
So, Hannity's, you know, it's you know, I'm getting yelled at from over there. I'm getting yelled at over there. Well, here's another clip.
I went through 4 years of hell by this scum that we had to deal with. I went through 4 years of hell. I spent millions of dollars in legal fees, and I won, but I did it the hard way. It's really hard to say that they shouldn't have to go through it also. It is very hard to say that. I went through 4 years.
Yeah, went through 4 years of hell, you know, and he did, you know. Let's talk about the top 10 Doge cuts. And as soon as Trump comes on, I'm going to be switching over to that. So don't worry, you're not going to miss it, guys.
All right, guys, Elon is wasting no time. Here are the top 10 cuts already made by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. Number 1, the Corn Pop Museum. Elon Musk deemed the Corn Pop Museum a tragic misuse of taxpayer funds and had it shuttered. This Wilmington, Delaware landmark, which honored Joe Biden's teenage nemesis with exhibits like Bad Dude or Misunderstood, and Corn Pop Cereal Cafe is now slated to be converted into a Tesla showroom. The animatronic Corn Pop figure, once praised for his life-like chain-swinging action, has been sold to a scrap metal dealer. Number 2, the Department of Redundant Overlaps. Musk discovered this division, ironically tasked with identifying redundant government functions, had grown to include 14 subcommittees, each tasked with overseeing redundancy across identical jurisdictions. The department's official model was better safe than overlapping. Elon scrapped it with a tweet that read, "Seems redundant." Number 3, the Federal Office of Triangle Counting. Initially established during the New Deal to calculate the exact number of triangles in the U.S. architecture and road signage, this office employed 47 mathematicians and 2 triangle theorists. Musk's team calculated its budget to be $17 million annually, declaring triangles can count themselves. Number 4, the National Bugle Corps. This little-known ceremonial branch of the Department of Defense existed solely to perform rousing bugle calls at ribbon-cutting ceremonies and obscure state fairs. Musk called the Corps archaic and unsustainable, suggesting instead that AI-powered Tesla trumpets be deployed for such occasions. Number 5, the Bureau of Obscure State Foods. Tasked with promoting lesser-known culinary claims, such as Nevada's official state pastry, the pecan, this office's promotional budget had ballooned to $30 million annually. Musk quipped, "If your state needs a pastry, get your own social media following." Good point. Number 6, the Department of Imaginary Threats, originally created during the Cold War, to investigate the plausibility of invisible enemy technologies. You know, think laser sharks or alien mind control. This agency had pivoted to monitoring internet conspiracy theory. Musk axed it with the comment, "Reddit is free and it's already doing this better." Good point. Number 7, the Federal Hammock Institute, established to foster a culture of rest and relaxation. This think tank spent decades researching the optimal string to fabric ratio for hammocks. Musk visited their headquarters and, after lying in a prototype for 6 seconds, proclaimed it unnecessary and sold the building to SpaceX. Number 8, the National Board of Stationery Supply. Now, this board, which approved every stapler, pen, and envelope purchased for government offices, was gutted when Musk argued, you don't need a committee to decide between paper clips and binder clips. Just use an app. Number 9, the Interstate Tug of War League, a pet project of 1970s Congress. This league staged symbolic tug of war matches between neighboring states as a way to foster camaraderie. Musk pulled the plug, and this dated spectacle suggested let them settle it on Twitter instead. Number 10, the Office of Presidential Story Vetting. This office was responsible for verifying presidents' anecdotes for accuracy. Musk closed it after they spent 18 months authenticating whether JFK really said, Ich bin ein Berliner, and if Reagan's jelly beans were made from 100% American sugar. Musk's explanation? Presidents need to be fact-checked, but that's what memes are for. Musk's next target? Well, rumor has it that he's eyeing the Federal Sandwich Review Board, which certifies deli menus for patriotism and cultural inclusivity. Elon tweeted cryptically, you don't need bureaucracy to pick a Reuben. Good point. So there you go, guys. These are some of the early results from Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk's Department of Governmental Efficiency. We're going to watch this space. Come back for more.
Yeah. Wasteful spending is period. Wasteful spending. All right. Now, one thing I need to remind people of anytime I play this guy, Nick Freitas, okay, you need to make sure that you read his coffee cup at the end. Okay, here we go.
Well, HR departments across the federal government are furious with Donald Trump right now, and understandably so. I mean, with the stroke of a pen, he essentially wiped out the DEI program. So how the heck are they supposed to choose who to hire? I mean, if you can't focus almost exclusively on superficial attributes, which have almost nothing to do with the performance of the task, what are you supposed to use? Things like relevant skill sets and experience? Let's get serious here. Plus, they're also very upset because who's supposed to actually do the work? Apparently, everyone's going to be selected by merit. But here's the deal. Nobody knows who Merit is. They searched the entire HR department. No Merit to be found. Confusing. Well.
0 days without sarcasm. Yep. Yep. Now, this one I felt was very important. And even if Donald Trump comes on while I'm playing this 40-second video, Donald can wait. Here we go.
There's no God. God ain't real, okay? If there was a God, there'd be a lightning strike in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, this is very concerning. There's no.
I had to share that with you guys because you can't say stuff like that and expect not to be not to be corrected. God will not be mocked.
I also think that as a Jewish person, like, I was fed a huge amount of lies about Israel my entire life. You know, they never tell you that. Oh, by the way, there were people there. They make it seem like it was just like they're sitting there. The doors open.
Hours for the taking.
Like, it literally, they forget to include the fact to every young Jewish person, basically, like, oh, by the way, there were people there. I'm afraid of Jews. I'm 100% afraid of Jews.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. It would be nice to live somewhere that was not a part of the Christian apocalyptic prophecy. Is also probably a good idea. It's like maybe settle somewhere that the Christians don't think you all have to die in order for the
Yeah, and then they want us all to go there. They need a certain number.
They need us to go there so we can die. So
Yeah,
the apocalypse.
but that could you imagine living in Israel? Would you ever go live in Israel?
No, it would be. I also think.
Isn't it something when they tell on themselves? That's Seth Rogen, comedian, Canadian actor, and they tell on themselves. Yeah. I can't believe he's not on yet.
Yeah, I know. Well, Awaken Trillium put something in chat a few minutes ago saying the Doomsday plane has left DC. So,
yeah. All right. Kathleen Winchell. Here we go.
Breaking news. Acting Secretary of Defense Benjamin Hoffman has fired every single member of the Homeland Security Advisory Committee. But it gets better. Guess who's one of those members on the Department of Homeland Security's Advisory Committee? Noah Bookbinder, the president of Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, the group responsible for financing and litigating the Anderson v. Colorado case where they were trying to remove Trump from the ballot in Colorado. He was appointed to the board by Alejandro Mayorkas in 2022. And I've been trying to tell you guys this whole time how corrupt all of these things were. And here we are. Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington was started in the 90s, and it was started to be able to combat all of the litigation with the Clintons and to be able to salvage their reputations. You can go to opensecrets.com and you can see all of the donors to Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, and they are all very liberal donors, including George Soros' Open Society Foundation and the Barbara Streisand Foundation. And now these people are getting cleaned out of our government. Thank you, Donald Trump. So if you're someone in this government that is crooked, corrupt, wanting to try to undermine the president of the United States, just know your job is on the line.
I think that was fair warning. Do you think that was fair warning? He's probably not even at his desk.
yeah, I'm at my desk. I was typing a message. Hey, man, my dogs are yapping about something. I got to go see what's going on.
Okay, no problem. All right. Here is Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she makes some very, very valid points. I want you guys to listen to this.
Come to the Capitol or do any tours or any meetings here?
Is this all you really talking about is the J6ers that have been pardoned?
Yeah.
Okay, are you gonna talk about the Biden family that got pardoned? No?
I haven't.
Okay, what about the rapers and killers and murderers that Joe Biden pardoned? There are tons of them. Is that a focus at all?
Well, I'm asking about J6.
I know that's what you're asking. I know that's what you're asking about, and I'm not doing this. This insane place up here and all of y'all's obsession with January 6th is absurd. Everybody outside of here is sick and fucking tired of it. I'm serious. And so Joe Biden pardons all these murderers and rapists and disgusting people, and then everybody up here has got their panties in a wad because J6ers got pardoned. Like people that walk through open doors. A lot of them walk through open doors. That's it. But everybody here is like, J6. Seriously.
But you've been so outspoken on this issue.
Yes, I have. And they're pardoned. And thank God, I hope they go live their lives and can reassemble something back together because they have suffered enough. Go do a story on all the Antifa BLM people that never served time. Over 95% of them, seriously. Think about that. And go do a story on these cities that BLM burned to the ground and they never built back. They raised all that money on ActBlue and they never built those communities back.
You don't think it's a fair question to ask you because you've been so outspoken.
I think it is nauseating. I've seen all the Democrat-run networks ad nauseum about January 6th, and they just can't get over themselves, but they don't give a shit about real Americans.
The speaker just created a select committee to investigate January 6th, so it's not like Republicans aren't talking about this.
No, but it was your question. Are you gonna have J6ers come in? Are you gonna give them tours? Like I'm so sick of you people and all this crap. I really am.
The reason why I asked that is because other people have said that, and so I assumed you would be one of the people that would also be having tours. Just because I know you're close to some of the people.
Because you're assuming. You know, the problem is you people never gave me a fair shot to begin with, and you all these assumptions and all these headlines and all these lies. So you came in asking me, why don't you do a story on what people care about? People care about the border, the economy, energy. They're sick and tired of the foreign wars. They're tired of the hypocrisy up here, and they hate the media right now. They do. I'm serious. You guys have created a situation where you're not trusted and people are sick of y'all. And it's sad. I'm serious, it's sad. Well, so no, I'm not answering this question because I'm not going down this stupid thing of Martin Taylor Greene.
Well, I don't think it's stupid to ask that question. I mean, just you've been so outspoken on this issue, I thought you might want to talk about it. But that's why I asked, so I'm glad I did. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, and you can't blame her for reacting that way. Again, I told you. They tell you who they really are. Even script keepers saying it. Listen when they tell you who they really are.
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing this so long, it's hard to give up on the character and go back to who I really was. You got me, okay? Are you happy now? You bastards? Yes, I am Bill Hicks. Or to be more accurate, you didn't get it all, did you? You didn't get the full conspiracy. I played the character, Bill Hicks, for 15 years.
Alex, you will get interrupted by. Here we go. I'm gonna think. Here we go.
Day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end.
What? This is funny. That's weird.
I have no higher responsibility.
Okay.
Vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was.
Okay, I'm going to put this back over here.
Record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. So
my accomplice, Kevin Booth, and we fooled you all. The master actor, the master genius. And then I decided to bring forward an even more incredible persona, that of Alex Jones. I carried on the charade for more than 15 years. Kevin, don't mess me up. Kevin, don't mess me up. Known as Bill Hicks, I carried out the fraud for my accomplice, Kevin Booth. I've been doing this so long.
Well, I wonder.
She was so arrogant. The way she didn't even acknowledge the president of the United States of America. She had an opportunity to minister the gospel. Instead of that, she is a heretic. She should never be allowed to preach the message of Jesus in her life because she's not even talking about Jesus.
This is why no one's going to these. Yeah, this is why these denominations are dying. Sadly,
she was so arrogant. The way.
Yeah. You know, just. Let's take a listen here. War crime. Everything you need to know about the JFK assassination. Well, I think we're gonna find out a whole lot about the JFK assassination, And I think I'll wait for the release of that information. But we'll listen. We'll give you your viewpoint. Here.
You can't talk about the Kennedy assassination without talking about Israel, without talking about the Mossad. They're the main people involved. That's the main group involved. The prime minister of Israel at the time said that without nuclear weapons, Israel would not survive. Kennedy was asking and asking and asking for neutral scientists to observe the reactor. He continued to push for this with CIA Director McCone and finally was granted access. Israel, prior to the visit, set up a fake control room with fake control panels, and part of the agreement was that the inspectors were never going to be able to inspect the actual reactor. After that visit, Kennedy was quoted in saying, "Those sons of bitches lie to me constantly about their nuclear capability." The Jewish community invites JFK to come to Dallas, which was sponsored by the Dallas Citizens Council, which was directed by Julia Sheps, who was a member of the local B'nai B'rith organization, the ADL B'nai B'rith, once again, a confirmed member of the local B'nai B'rith as well. Abraham Zapruder is also just so happened to be the guy that caught the assassination on film. Zapruder was also a manufacturer headquartered in the Dallas Textiles building. According to ballistic studies, it was from that building the first two shots were fired and missed. The building was owned by David Weisblatt, one of the biggest financiers of the Anti-Defamation League, and Douglas Jaff, one of the biggest donors to Lyndon B. Johnson. The host committee that invited Kennedy to the event in Dallas was chaired by a guy named Sam Bloom. According to Dallas police, it was Bloom who pushed the hardest for the police to transfer Lee Harvey Oswald from the Dallas police station to the Dallas County Jail. Now, it was during that transfer that Jack Ruby shot Oswald. What was Jack Ruby's real last name? Jakob Rubinstein. The reactor went critical right after Kennedy died, and they got the bomb a year or two later. That's kind of a coincidence, isn't it? It's kind of a strange coincidence. Kennedy dies, Israel gets the bomb. Gets the bomb.
Yeah. That's just one of the many things. You know, some think it's, it's got to do with the CIA, but the CIA and the Mossad are one entity. They're together. They've been together since the beginning of. So, yeah. This guy, one more time.
Trump is not fucking around. It's only Wednesday and big things are happening. I got a buddy who works for the government. He messaged me this morning. All hirings have been frozen. Like the jobs that they had up on their website, they're all gone. That shit's.
I already played that one. I didn't realize I played that. There are actually some people in our chat that think just like this guy. And I want you guys to listen very carefully to what he says.
I actually redone this a couple of times, but my name is Jeremy Hopper, and it's nice to meet y'all. To anyone who sees this.
It's nice to meet you too, Jeremy. Welcome to the Mustard Seeds.
But I'm the last member of my family left. There ain't nobody else. They passed away. I'm 27, and my mama died before she was even 40. My baby brother and baby sister both passed away as infants. And today I realized that if anything were to happen to me today, not a single person on this earth would know I was gone. And I truly doubt anyone would care. And I want some record that I existed, that I was here.
There's a lot of people that feel this way. Okay. But I want you guys to understand this. If you are part of Slow Country's crowd, or you're a mustard seed, or you're a snedhead, or you are not forgotten. You would never be forgotten. No different than Ronnie York, our good friend Ron, Dangerous Freedom, Truth with Tom, who's been recovering from a stroke, Cash Kelly, while he was locked away. You are not forgotten. I'm not singing that song, Raven. It's not happening.
Yeah.
So nurses at Dallas Fort Worth Hospital in Texas post threatening message toward ICE officers and instructs other hospital staff on how to ignore ICE agents if they show up at the hospitals. So this is that nurse. ICE can now raid hospitals. Show up at my unit and I'll show you why I am my father's daughter. That's what she says. And this is her statement. And her name is Authentically Megs. If ICE shows up at your hospital, call your charge nurse and your DON manager immediately. Follow the below steps from US or UCSF. Tell ICE agents, I do not wish to speak with you or answer questions based on my Fifth Amendment rights under the U.S. Constitution, or I do not have the authority to consent. Please wait outside our patient care area while I contact my supervisor. Repeat these statements until further direction from your supervisor. Remove ID badges and swipe cards. Calmly direct all patients' families into the private clinical areas and out of public spaces such as waiting areas. Shut the door and do not allow agents to enter. Private clinical areas are legally protected spaces. Observe. Write down the badge number of officer. Document details of interaction objectively. Designate someone to record video footage. Cover an EMR or paper documents that are in plain view. Log out of computers. Without a warrant, anything in plain view can be visibly inspected. Audible information can be used if overheard when unassisted ears or with unassisted ears. Officers may not move an object in plain view to expose more of what is underneath it. You're not required to speak with ICE agents. Cooperate with the agents. Help agents find the person they are looking for, or answer agents' questions in most cases. If ICE agents have a warrant subpoena, federal judicial warrants uncommon with a valid judicial warrant, ICE can conduct any search as authorized, including HIPAA protected information. Administrative warrants, you do not need to comply. You cannot be punished for refusing to comply. HIPAA applies in all these scenarios. Subpoena, you do not need to comply. You cannot be punished for refusing to comply. HIPAA applies in these scenarios. Protect our patients. So she's more worried about her paycheck than she is about cleaning up our country. Okay, we got you. We heard you loud and clear. Yeah, loud and clear. We heard you. We know where you stand. Okay, that's all that matters, right? Yeah. All right, here we go.
Breaking news at this hour as well. President Trump now authorizing ICE to target schools and churches in its deportation raids. He is revoking a directive excluding arrests in so-called sensitive areas. Chicago's immigrant community on edge tonight as Michelle Gallardo reports. Activists and elected officials are canvassing neighborhoods, letting people know their rights should ICE come knocking.
Up and down Cermak Avenue today, business after business prominently displayed the same flyer. Don't open for ICE. Little Village business owners telling us it's the least they can do. People need to stick together, no matter their immigration status, says Jose Luis Vasquez, who's owned this computer and phone repair shop for 9 years now. A few blocks away at the Little Village Arch, a handful of activists braved the sub-zero wind chills to rally against the Trump administration's stated plans to conduct mass deportation raids in Chicago.
We've been out here since 5 a.m, educating our community, educating our people that they have rights.
Among those canvassing the neighborhood was 22nd Ward Alderperson Michael Rodriguez, who spent the morning passing out informational flyers, instructing people what to say should ICE come knocking.
Le puede entregar a la inmigración.
There was, to be sure, little in terms of foot traffic in Little Village today. And while much of that may very well be related to the cold, there is most certainly fear. The executive director of the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights telling us their hotline has been inundated with calls.
From January 1st to January 19th, we saw 800 calls. But on January 20th alone, we saw over 400 calls.
Border Czar Tom Homan saying in an interview on Fox Business today,
the president's been clear, I've been clear that right out of the gate, we're looking for public safety threats. ICE agents are out there doing that now.
Meanwhile, Governor Pritzker saying the number of people initially targeted, those with criminal records, might be much higher than initially believed.
We have heard that they are targeting as many as 2,000 people initially in the city of Chicago alone.
Now, while at least one of those scheduled for today was moved online due to the cold weather, Know Your Rights campaigns appear to be here to stay for the time being, with Pilsen's Perez Elementary School hosting weekly sessions every Tuesday starting next week.
Interesting, huh? Yeah, very, very interesting. Let me do this because, all right, so still waiting on President Trump. So we'll keep going. And this guy.
But they're saying we're going to have snow on the ground by the end of the day. Here in the next 2.5, 3 hours. I don't believe it. We have snow. The question is, will it stick? We've got accumulation. I was wrong again. They say 1 to 2 inches. Trust me, I know what 1 to 2 inches is, and I don't think we're getting 1 to 2 inches. I was wrong on all accounts. That's 1 to 2 inches. I measured without a tape measure. It's accurate reading. So you remember earlier when I said, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't believe it. But just in case, here's the before, and this is after. Just a couple hours time. We're about to go do some really redneck shit now. Signing off.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I had to throw that in there. Script Keeper.
60 seconds in the
popcorn. He did a podcast last night. This was for it. If you want to look for it, you can find him on Rumble. Just type in Script Keeper and his feed will come up. Here you go.
60 seconds in the popcorn. So, literally been on the phone all day today. I'm catching up on everything. But why is everybody turning on President Trump? It's only like the second or third day, and y'all are all like, oh my God, it's the Antichrist. Like, we already went through this. Are you forgetting people get put in the spotlights? And has anything been consecrated that, you know, all this stuff is going into the AI and all that stuff? Or are we just hearing people talk and basically expose themselves? Because that's what I hear. A lot of talk and exposure. And when it comes to it, you have your own personal choices. President Trump has never mandated anything on any American, especially when it comes to medical freedom. You know who did? Joe Biden and Kamala and the rest of the demadums You know, like Cuomo, I need all black and brown arms to get the vaccine. Y'all don't remember that? Oh, you probably don't. Yeah, who's going to get the shot? I'll see y'all at 7 p.m. tonight. Flip the Script podcast on Rumble and X. Oh, isn't it wonderful?
All right. You guys ready for some Donald Trump? Here we go. Oh, I don't know if he's live or not.
Sure, it's not a video. We would go there live if that was live footage right now, but it's a photo from inside the Oval Office there with President Trump. So we're looking forward to seeing those executive orders be signed. So we will go there as soon as we get that live feed. You can see that stack to the right of the president. That's a number of executive orders.
They're still not ready. All right. A major incident going on or ongoing in Plymouth. Armed police, a heavy police presence, not sure what's happening. Nobody knows yet. And this was in Plymouth over in the UK, I believe this is.
Yeah.
This is a major incident here happening in Plymouth this evening. We have armed police deployed at the scene, at least 5 armed police units. I've lost count the number of police units and these specialist incident response units from the ambulance service. And here's another armed response unit that appears to be leaving the scene, but you can see quite clearly in the vehicles they have their guns actually on them, ready to be deployed. But they are, it appears they're rushing off to a third party or a third location as part of this incident here. If you are watching live, we're here in the Plymouth area where there's a major incident currently ongoing. This is in West Ho. It's very lively at the minute. There's a lot happening and it's really difficult to keep track. I think we've got another armed response unit now coming down this way. It's almost like they're trying to find someone. They are running about. They even crashed one of their vehicles earlier on in the rush they're using as part of this incident. I think this is another armed response. If we look very carefully, it is, and inside the vehicle, I wouldn't be surprised if they are. You can see them with their guns in their laps.
So I don't believe that there was an update, or maybe there is. I've seen somebody seriously injured. Clearly, they are still looking for the suspect. And my understanding it was, it's mostly the Amazon delivery driver's fault, that there was a stabbing. Reports of multiple people stabbed in West Ho, Plymouth in England. Unconfirmed reports say at least one dead. Obviously there will be more to report on that at another time, but yeah, it's kind of it's a young girl that was stabbed, was being given CPR. Yeah, and they're going to blame America. Yeah, I saw that comment in there too. Colin Rugg says just in U.S. Transportation Command has been told to prepare use of U.S. military aircraft for migrant deportation flights, according to CNN. Well, yeah, you could use a static line and just airdrop these people into their own countries. Why bother with all the paperwork? Just airdrop them. Boom. Here you go, guys. Throw them right out the back hatch. Chute automatically opens. They land and deal with it. Right. Trump has also told the military to prepare to deploy 10,000 active duty troops to the border. Don't be surprised if you see Marines at the border, which is going to happen. Breaking, President Trump just signed an executive order shutting down all migrant entry across the southern border. That I believe, hang on one second.
Know that there are various places.
Oh, that's still a photograph. So, okay, just signed an executive order shutting down all migrant entry across the southern border. That includes. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Let me get them over here. Hang on. Bear with me.
Let's go to Washington, D.C. right now.
Case, and it will go through the first one, please.
Do you want to? Yeah, Mr. President, this is an executive order on crypto. We're going to be. Oh, sorry, we're doing it correctly. Sorry, Mr. President, this is an executive order on AI. We're basically announcing the administration's policy to make America the world capital in artificial intelligence and to dominate and to lead the world in AI.
Do you want to say your name, your full
Yeah,
name?
David
and
Sachs,
serial number?
AI and crypto czar.
David is one of the greatest in the world at AI. Most respected, probably there is. So that should take us to the forefront, right?
Absolutely. We got to win.
Okay. Thank you. And this, David, is?
Yeah, this is the crypto EO. We're going to be forming an internal working group to make crypto, to make America the world capital in crypto under your leadership.
Which is really going up, right?
Absolutely.
All right, David, that's for you.
Thanks, sir.
You find them exciting? They might not be exciting, but they're going to make a lot of money for the country.
Thank you, sir.
And so is David. You have to check him out. There's nobody like this guy. They said, "How did you get David Sachs? How did you do that?" And he's doing it for the country more than anything else. So we appreciate it, David. Thank you very much.
This is an executive order establishing a presidential commission, an advisory commission on science and technology.
Do you want to explain that a little bit?
The basic idea is to get together top people from government, the private sector, technology industry, as well as educational institutions, to make sure that America maintains its leadership position with respect to science and technology development in the years ahead.
Good. That's great.
Next, sir, we have a presidential memorandum encouraging departments and agencies in your government, including the Department of the Interior, to promote federal recognition of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina.
I love the Lumbee tribe. So this is their first big step, right?
This would be a huge step for them.
Yeah, they were with me all the way. They were great. North Carolina, Lumbee tribe. Okay, you'll send them a copy of that?
Yes, sir.
They were great. Okay.
If you'd like, I could get them that pen, sir, as well.
Yeah, let's do that.
Next, we have a set of pardons for peaceful pro-life protesters who were prosecuted by the Biden administration for exercising their First Amendment rights.
Do you know how many?
I believe it's 23, sir.
23 people were prosecuted. They should not have been prosecuted. Many of them are elderly people. They should not have been prosecuted. This is a great honor to sign this. They'll be very happy. So they're all in prison now.
Some are out of custody.
It's ridiculous. Okay.
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order ordering the declassification of files relating to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy Senator Robert F. Kennedy, and the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
That's a big one, huh? A lot of people are waiting for this for years, for decades. And everything will be revealed. Okay? Give that to RFK Jr.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Okay, thank you very
Mr.
much.
Mr. President, a U.S. judge temporarily blocked the birthright citizenship order. Do you have any reaction?
No, obviously we'll appeal it. They put it before a certain judge in Seattle, I guess, right? And there's no surprises with that judge.
Mr. President, Senators Collins and Murkowski have now said they will vote against Pete Hegseth. Are you worried about his confirmation and your reaction?
And no surprises there. It's too bad. You know, it's just the way it is. Too bad.
And when would you adjourn Congress to make recess appointments, Mr. President?
Well, I'd take a look at that. I'd listen to John Thune. He's doing a fantastic job. We're moving along. The Democrats are trying to delay government, as they always do. They can't help themselves. Even John Ratcliffe, who's very, very strong, very popular, and liked by the Democrats. I guess he gets a lot of Democrat votes. That's taking a long time, and it shouldn't be taking a long time. They're maxing everything out so they can delay everything as much as possible.
Does Senator Thune support an effort to use recess appointments if you choose to do that?
I'd be willing to use recess appointments. It's up to John, and we'll see. John Thune's a great guy, great senator, knows his stuff inside out and backwards, but I would use recess appointments if he wants to do that. Absolutely. The Democrats are just delaying. They always delay.
Mr. President, you spoke with the Saudi Crown Prince yesterday.
Who?
The Saudi Crown Prince. How was the call?
Right.
They said $600 billion they're going to invest.
600. I'll ask him for $1 trillion.
You said you're going to ask for $1 trillion. Will Saudi Arabia be the first foreign country you will visit since they invest in that much?
Well, if they do that, I would. Yeah, I would be glad to do that. I did it, as you know, 4 years ago. We did $450 billion, meaning the money all goes to American companies, and they purchase jets and they purchase computers and everything else. And we did 450 billion, and I guess we're at 650. And I'll see if I can talk him into
Mr. I don't
it.
think it is again. You showed great confidence in Steve Witkoff. Why you said that you doubt that the ceasefire in Gaza will hold, since you appraised his
Well, no, I think he's great,
efforts?
but it's a very tricky place. It's very tricky. We'll see. And if something does happen, they will not be happy.
So follow up on that one, in terms of Steve Witkoff, are you going to put him in charge of Iran's strategy, and do you want him talking directly with the Iranians?
No, but he's certainly somebody I would use. He's done a fantastic job. He's a great negotiator. He's a very good person, a very popular person. Gets along with people. I have great negotiators. They have no personality whatsoever, and then I have some that do. Steve has a wonderful way about him, and people like him. And even in this case, both sides like him. And he was able to make a deal. That deal would have never been made without Steve. The Biden people couldn't make the deal. They were working on it for a year and a half. They couldn't make a deal. We got it done prior to the inauguration. We said it has to be before the inauguration. I mean, the deal should hold, but if it doesn't hold, there'll be a lot of problems.
Related to your AI, EO, just hours after you made that big Stargate announcement, Elon Musk tweeted that they don't actually have the money. Is that true?
I don't know if they do, but they're putting up the money. The government's not putting up anything. They're putting up money. They're very rich people, so I hope they do. And I mean, Elon doesn't like one of those people. So
Are you worried that AI is going to replace many American jobs? Does that worry you?
No, it's going to create tremendous numbers of jobs. It's going to also create a lot of benefits medically for cancer research and other things. It's going to have a huge positive impact. And, we want to be ahead of China. We're right now way ahead of China. David Sachs is one of the all-time experts, that people are amazed that you just met him. I don't know if he's still here. There he is. But one of the most respected people in that world. It's a world. It's a whole different world.
And we're ahead of China now because of what I'm doing. And I think it's going to be very successful.
Mr. President, please, you just asked the Davos Forum again that NATO countries should spend 5% of GDP on defense.
Yeah.
The United States don't spend 5%.
Well,
Do you think
I
it should
don't
also
think so.
apply to the United States?
We're protecting them. You know, they're not protecting us. We're protecting them. So I don't think we should be spending. I'm not sure we should be spending anything, but we should certainly be helping them. But they should up their 2% to 5%. Yeah.
Mr. President, you said earlier during your speech at Davos that you would like to see interest rates come down. How
Yeah.
much would you like to see them come down?
A
And
lot.
will you talk
I'd
with
like to
Powell?
see them come down a lot, and oil prices will come down. And when oil prices come down, everything's going to be cheaper for the American people and actually for the world, but for the American people. So I'd like to see oil prices come down. And when the energy comes down, that's going to knock out a lot of the inflation. That's going to automatically bring the interest rates down.
Are you worried that
Mr. President, you said that you would
Are
demand
you worried that there's too much going on at once if you're trying to bring interest rates down, get the economy back going?
It just works that way. I mean, it's just economically works that way. When the oil comes down, it'll bring down prices. Then you won't have inflation, and then the interest rates will come down.
You said that you would demand that the interest rates come down.
Well, I would
Do you expect
I
the
would put
Fed?
in a strong statement.
Do you expect the Fed to listen to you?
Yeah,
Are you going to talk to Powell about this and bringing the rates down?
at the right time, I would.
Sir, do you have any of the people you pardoned that were participated in the January 6, 2021 attack? Do you plan to meet with any of them or meet with them at the White House?
I don't know. I'm sure that they probably would like to. I did them something important, but what they did is they were protesting a crooked election. You know, I mean, people understand that also, and they were treated very badly. Nobody's been treated like that. So I'd be open to it, certainly. I don't know of anything like that, but I think they're going to meet in some of the congressmen, women want to meet. But I'd certainly be open to it.
Have you spoken to them since you issued the pardons?
I haven't spoken to any of them yet, but I know they're very happy.
Mr. President,
I gave them their life back. Their life was taken away from them unnecessarily and unfairly. I gave them their life back, so I can imagine that probably would like to.
Mr. President,
when you said that Biden took bad advice and not pardoning himself yesterday?
Well, he did. I think he did because he pardoned all these people that are crooked as hell. Look, the congressmen, they're crooked. What they did is they destroyed evidence. When you destroy evidence, especially criminally like that, they did it criminally. And the reason they destroyed the evidence is because it proved that I was right. They didn't destroy evidence for no reason. They destroyed it because they found many documents saying that I offered 10,000 soldiers. If they had 500 soldiers or National Guard, there would have been no problem. If they had 200, that would have been. I offered 10,000 if they needed them. There would have been no problem. That's been now totally disproven. And it's also been disproven by Nancy Pelosi's daughter, who has her on tape saying it was her fault, that she has full responsibility for this. And they have all that stuff. They destroyed everything. And they go through a year and a half, 2 years of nonsense. They come up with tremendous evidence, and they destroyed evidence. And Schiff knew about it. That's why he's on there. He knew all about the destruction of evidence. A lot of people said he's the one that got him to do it. And he's a crooked guy, totally crooked politician. And so he's pardoned, and some other people are pardoned. And these are crooked politicians, every one of them. Benny Johnson, what he did is incredible. I mean, he was the leader of the committee, and he did it. Cheney, crying Adam Kinzinger, all of them. They destroyed evidence and deleted everything. There's nothing. There's no evidence now. They're crooked politicians, and they should be punished. That's even in a civil trial, you go to jail for a thing like that. They destroyed every document, from what I understand, every document, because it proved that I was totally innocent.
Do you plan to send up to 10,000 troops to the southern border, sir?
Yeah. Oh, southern border?
Yes,
When
the
you
border.
say southern border, when I said 10,000 troops, I was referring to the capital.
Oh, I see. And
No,
when
no,
does
yeah,
that? When
I
do you
was
plan?
referring to the
When do you
capital.
plan
I
to do
offered
that?
10,000 troops for the capital before January 6th.
And as for the 1,500 at the southern border, sir, to clarify, what exactly do you want them to be doing right now?
Making sure that the border is safe and secure, and that criminals don't come into our country.
Mr. President, do you think that sanctions on Russia will force President Putin to negotiate?
I don't know, but I think he should make a deal.
Mr.
Sir,
President, does it bother you that Elon Musk criticized a deal that you made publicly, that he said that he tweeted that?
No, it doesn't. He hates one of the people in the deal.
Have you spoken to him since then?
No, I've spoken to Elon, but I've
Not
spoken to
about
all of them, actually. No, the people in the deal are very, very smart people. But Elon, one of the people he happens to hate, but I have certain hatreds of people too.
Sir,
You know?
sir,
Mr.
on
President.
China, what do you think Xi Jinping can do on the Ukraine-Russia war?
Which one?
The Ukraine-Russia war, what can Xi Jinping do about that?
China?
Yeah.
They have a lot of power over Russia. They supply energy to Russia. And Russia supplies energy to them. They supply other things to, it's really a very big trade. It's a very big trading partner. But Russia supplies a lot of energy to China. China pays them a lot of money for that. And I think they have a lot of power over Russia. So I think Russia should want to make a deal. Maybe they want to make a deal. I think from what I hear, Putin would like to see me, and we'll meet as soon as we can. I'd meet immediately. Every day we don't meet, soldiers are being killed in a battlefield. And that battlefield is like no battlefield since World War II.
You said that Ukraine wants
And
to.
I have pictures that you don't want to see. Soldiers are being killed on a daily basis at numbers that we haven't seen in decades. It would be nice to end that war. It's a ridiculous war.
You said that Ukraine's ready to make a deal. Did President Zelensky tell you that personally?
Yeah, sure. He's ready to negotiate a deal. He'd like to stop. He's somebody that lost a lot of soldiers, and so did Russia. Lost a lot. Russia lost more soldiers. They lost 800,000 soldiers. Would you say that's a lot? I'd say it's a lot.
You said that you wanted to make Dr. King's dream a reality. What's your response to his children and civil rights leaders who say that your DEI orders are a contradiction of his dream and could further drive racial disparities?
Well, I haven't heard that.
Mr. President, you put the Houthis back on the terror list. How do you see the war in Yemen?
Well, we'll see what happens, but they can't shoot down our ships, the Houthis.
Yes.
And you can't shoot down our ships or any ships, and that's what they've been doing. So they're on the terror list. That's not good for them.
So why did you revoke security protections for former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and Brian Hook?
Well, the same reason I did. When you have protection, you can't have it for the rest of your life. Do you want to have a large detail of people guarding people for the rest of their lives? I mean, there's risks to everything.
So would you support striking Iran's nuclear facilities?
Say it.
Would you support Israel, for example, striking Iran's nuclear facilities?
Well, I'm
or
not
do you
going to
believe
answer
in
that.
diplomacy?
Obviously, I'm not going to answer that question. We'll have to see. I'm going to be meeting with various people over the next couple of days. We'll see. But hopefully that can be worked out without having to worry about it. It would be nice. It would really be nice if that could be worked out without having to go that further step.
And who are you going to meet with?
Well, I'd rather not say that, but very high-level people. But hopefully that can be worked out. Look, Iran hopefully will make a deal. And if they don't make a deal, I guess that's okay, too.
And Mr. President, just to follow up, you said you think the Fed should listen to you. Can you elaborate on why you think it should?
With regard to interest rates?
Correct, yes.
Because I think I know interest rates much better than they do. And I think I know it certainly much better than the one who's primarily in charge of making that decision. But no, I'm guided by them very much. But if I disagree, I will let it be known.
So your tariffs plans for China and Mexico are much tougher. The ones for Canada and Mexico are much tougher than the one for China. Why is it softer for China?
Well, China's already paying a lot of tariffs because of me. And when you add them up, I would say, they're paying a lot. They paid hundreds of billions of dollars. They never paid 10 cents until I came along. When I came along, they've paid hundreds of billions of dollars. Never paid anything. And so they've already started at a higher base.
Is February 1st the date for Chinese tariffs as well, sir? February 1, or was that just Mexico and Canada?
It's Mexico and Canada, but we're talking about China too. Look, China's sending us tremendous amounts of bad drugs, fentanyl, really bad stuff. Most of it comes through Mexico. And we're losing, I think 300,000 lives a year because of that. People say 150, 100, 120. I think 300,000 lives a year. Those are old numbers. The lower number is a low number. And we can't have that. They've got to stop sending it. I had a deal with President Xi, but it was a deal that wasn't followed up by Biden, of course, where they were going to issue the death penalty to people that make fentanyl, and that would have stopped it. But we'll have to stop it with tariffs. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
All right, guys.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, guys. Hey, press, let's go. Thanks, guys. Nope, guys, so, here we go. Thank you, guys.
When it comes to the mainstream
All right,
media,
so live feed there from inside the Oval Office.
I don't care about anything this guy has to say. Sorry, guys, but I don't. We've been watching all of this, for so long that basically we don't need to see a right side opinion or hear a right opinion or a left opinion or a down the middle opinion. Mainstream media has lost so much credibility as far as I'm concerned. And he was very poignant about that. He was absolutely trolling these people. Absolutely. What do you think?
Oh man, most definitely. And then I really thought the reporters or whoever was in the Oval Office was going to lose their shit when he signed that executive order for the JFK, RFK, and MLK files. So, and it said to release all of them, right?
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, it's and so you got Martin Luther King, Bobby Kennedy, and Jack Kennedy, or John F. Kennedy, whichever way you want to call him. I would have liked to have seen the release on regards to the assassination of Malcolm X as well, though.
Yeah, that would have been fantastic. Because I think that was a political hit job too.
Well, I think it not only was the CIA orientated, but it was, the Muslim Brotherhood as well, which would in fact create a dialogue of conversation, between Christians and Muslims. I think that could be a worthy conversation. So a couple more quick things, and then I'm gonna have to jump out, brother.
Yeah, I gotta jump out too here in a few minutes.
Stormy J says, worth a listen 17 times. That's crazy. Listen closely to what this guy says. Okay, this is something else. Listen, and watch his reaction as he's telling the story. Okay. Even for himself, even saying it out loud. Okay.
There was a story that I heard you speak, and I would love for you to share it with my audience. It was the story about George Washington.
The bulletproof president?
Yeah.
George Washington was a courier for General Braddock, one of the English generals during the French and Indian War. All of the couriers were killed, and Washington had 2 horses shot from beneath him, and he had 4 bullet holes in his jacket, but no flesh wounds. He had bullet fragments in his hair, no flesh wounds. Many years later, he still hadn't become president yet, but he was back in the area, and one of the Indian chiefs who had been involved was elderly at that point, near death. He said to his braves, "Take me to see this man. I must see him before I die." And when they brought him in the presence of Washington, he said, "Sir, I'm an expert marksman, and I shot you 17 times. And my men shot you. And pretty soon I told them to stop wasting their bullets. And I just wanted to meet the man who was protected by the great presence above." That story used to be in all of our history books until it became politically incorrect.
Why was it politically incorrect?
God.
I'm not liking the devil. He's getting a little annoying for me.
He's annoying me. All right. This is Florida for you. 10 inches of snow in Pensacola. New record set.
All right. This is Eric Hovind on the Eric Hovind Show.
All right, guys. For the official measurement in my yard, 10 inches of snow right now. Wow. Welcome to Florida, baby.
Okay, so the last record was set was in 1895 at 3 inches. Yeah. All right. Okay. And this is going to be the last. Actually, okay, I'm going to play this one first and then I'll play the girl afterwards. I just want to remind you that ICE has put out basically, if you call them report illegals, you can get paid. You can make some money. Okay. I played this for you guys about a year and a half ago, but it came back up in my feed again, and I've got to share it again because it's just yeah, Here we go.
Trump won, and I am very, very afraid that he might deport my mother-in-law. She entered illegally to the country, and she lives in a street 4, number 47, apartment D, New York. I am very, very concerned. That's right behind the green apartment. Yeah. I have nothing bad happened to her. The gate is always open. You don't have any dogs either. Street 4, number 47, apartment B. Trump won.
What's that?
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's his mother-in-law. He said, I'm very, very afraid for her. All right. Trump mentioned the sound of the building. Okay. When he talked about the U.S. Capitol building and the rotunda where his inauguration took place. Listen closely to what she says.
I believe that Donald Trump chose to have the inauguration inside of the Capitol building, not because of the weather, but for other reasons. I'm going to explain. As many of you, especially here on this app, have come to learn over the past few years, that there is a huge power behind frequency, energy, and vibration. And we've also learned that a lot of these government buildings were built specifically in very strategic locations on top of very specific ley lines that run all throughout our world. And if we keep in mind everything we've learned about ancient architecture and the way that they were built, it was very, very strategic, so that any sounds that were growing in these buildings would become amplified. And upon that amplification, they are then distributed in a much wider form all throughout the ley lines that exist within that location. Now, not just the location, ley lines go all around the world, right? But very specific locations of ley lines will distribute it in very strategic places. And I don't know if you saw, but I certainly did, the amount of singing and musical performances that took place during the inauguration. There was also a display of our military force inside of the Capitol building. So here's my theory. I believe that Donald Trump knew exactly what he was doing, and that, yes, maybe it was killing two birds with one stone, but having the inauguration inside of the Capitol did more for our country than I think anyone is willing to admit. Now, are ley lines scientific? Technically, no, they're not. But that's because our science up to today has not allowed research for anything like that. Keep that in mind. But I personally think Donald Trump knew exactly what he was doing. I think he knew what was up.
So, the sound. So, here's a prime example of what I'm talking about. Is that sound, okay, can, in resonation, can set your mood, correct? Now, in his last speech outside, the same time that this was going on, were major protests going on, cars being set on fire, everything all the way down the line. Right? And this one in the Capitol, That didn't happen. That didn't happen. Even though there were protests the day before at the time that the event was going on, but it effectively, I can say that the majority of people who went to that event did not were not affected in any way by any type of chicanery, shenanigans, whatever, nobody was attacked or anything like that. At least there were absolutely no reports of it. Okay. That's the day before. And then the day of inauguration, there was absolutely no activity whatsoever. Okay. So it was the day of the rally. You had the pink hats and everybody protest about everything. Okay. Didn't matter what you were protesting. As long as you were protesting something, you could join the group. Okay. It was basically what it was. Okay. So obviously we know that BLM really wasn't involved, and we know that Antifa wasn't involved because there was absolutely no violence, and there was no, like I said, shenanigans going on, against people. Okay. Now, and then, you look at Inauguration Day, getting from the Capitol to the White House, and then to the luncheon back at the Capitol, and then over to the arena. There were absolutely no problems, or obviously the news would have reported that there was a problem. So it's kind of interesting to see that, but the effect of the speech, okay, to me, the tone of it absolutely 100% resonated with me. Okay. Now, not to say that his 2016 didn't resonate with me, but I wasn't as inspired by the first speech as I was this one. Because this time he's got nothing to lose. Okay. I think that's what that had a part of my comfort level was, he's not worried about having to be elected again. It's now he gets to do what he wants. It's the legacy that he leaves that's going to be connected to the leaders of the future. I truly believe that. And it's like a line of secession. And I do think that there is a very, very good chance that if Christ does not come back before 2050, that we will see Baron Trump sitting in the Oval Office, not as a guest, but yeah, exactly. Yeah, the gloves are off. He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to capitulate to the nonsense and the lack of common sense from our elected officials. That half of them are there, under fraudulent means, anyways. So, but I mean, agree with me or disagree with me, doesn't really matter, because of the fact that, each of us are going to form our own opinions, things like that. The objective is to just kind of get everybody to kind of meet in the middle and be able to have these conversations, without having to resort to violence or spewing of hate and everything else. All we got to do is have conversations. That's it. It's simple. What do you think?
Well, that's it. It's the conversations and the simplicity. And as far as the sound goes, that works two ways, where it reverberates in the inside. While it's doing that, you can't hear anything outside either.
Correct. Yeah.
I just want you to think about that for a minute.
Well, it's the acoustics. It's basically the acoustics are designed for for a particular reason. And it's like, and somebody made a reference to a bell. Okay. That's the thing, is it's very much like the old bells, the way it's shaped and the way that it's designed, the way the walls come down. The only thing that it needed was the hammer to gong, and that hammer this time was a voice. Clear, precise, not filled with vile and hatred, but a patriot full of love of country. You send that message out in all four directions, pretty soon you have the land covered. I think that yeah, I agree, Miss Mindersu. We need our healing bells back, I think that is something that we're going to see too. And that's where she's talking about how everybody's been learning about frequency and the ability of frequency to be involved in our healing. So sound, frequency, vibration, and those three things are all symbolized inside a bell. Yes, the walls are mostly marble. Yes.
Yeah.
So, Yasara Nasara, this is the thing I've always told everybody. Listen, I don't count on Jasara Nasara. Okay, I don't. Do I believe that the American people deserve some form of reparations for the crap that's happened to us? Absolutely. But when it comes to Nasara Jasara, there's a lot of people that are just talking a whole bunch, and we're not seeing proof of that. Okay. Now if the Lord decides that he wants to reward the righteous with a gift, then that's exactly what he's going to do. It's if we are indeed granted a portion. But I'm not going to, jump on the bandwagon of saying, oh my God, here comes Nasara Jasara, when we don't know. We don't know. Nobody knows, and in all honesty, I don't think that it was ever really about the money, other than getting rid of what we have. The golden age, a year of jubilee. Okay. That is something that happens every 50 years, and that's done by our creator. Okay. If we deserve a portion, then we're going to receive a portion. It's Bill, I understand. It's Bill Schultz says that Hawk, there's way better things in Nasara than money. The medicines, the patents, everything. These are all things that we've got to watch and wait for. Okay, if they're going to happen, they're going to happen, but we can't live our lives like we're banking on that happening. It's like, back when all of this first started, and people were getting into the Nasara Jasara kick. I know a person who went and bought a house, okay, thinking that Nasara Jasara was going to kick in the next year and his mortgage was going to be forgiven and he wasn't going to have to end up paying everything. Just a down payment would have been enough, and a couple of payments. Okay. Here we go. 7 years later, he lost that place. A lady went and bought a whole bunch of farm equipment that she knew she couldn't afford and she couldn't pay for. Okay. Thinking that Nasara Jasara was going to happen, and it didn't. They repoed the equipment. Okay. I know people who bought vehicles thinking that Nasara Jasara was going to happen. Okay. Either the car's been repoed or they're so deep in debt now that they can barely afford to pay for the card. Okay. Charlie Ward just admitted that that QFS is not, he said that he was the spokesman for QFS. Remember that? Remember even telling everybody that? I'm appointed the spokesman for QFS. And he just did a podcast with somebody a couple of days ago and admitted that QFS was it was all a scam, that he was tricked into it. But he sure made bank off of it.
No, man.
He sure made bank off of it.
Oh, man. And there's a court case has been floating around Twitterverse about I think it's Moore versus Allegiant Credit Union or Alliant Credit Union or something. I'm not saying it's not real, but you need to check, because I didn't find it in the docket, and I also didn't find it on the Supreme Court's website either.
Yep. You know, and guys, I'm gonna throw one last thing at you guys, and then I'm gonna boogie. I'm actually gonna drop the link for this in the chat ahead of time. Okay, if somebody that's just awakening comes to you and is trying to figure out what's going on, here is a quick 2-minute and 53-second breakdown that could possibly be a great spark of conversation and rekindling of friendship, family, so on and so forth. Okay, here we go. Pay attention. Oh, we forgot to share it. Dang it. I forgot. I took it down. Here we go. Nope, I wanted it full screen. Dang it. Here we go. This guy, I like this guy. Okay, here we go.
A lot of people don't realize that the presidential election that just occurred and the inauguration process is a lot bigger than we can even imagine. And let me break that down. So back in 1871, our country, America, was sold by our president, Ulysses S. Grant, to basically the royal family. We became owned. We lost all sovereignty, all freedoms, all constitutional rights. We became what is called the USA Incorporated business entity. Now, what does that have to do with anything today? So many of you just watched the inauguration and things that took place, and a lot of things stood out. And the biggest one was realizing that Trump actually has never left, quote unquote, office. You see, there's two presidents. There's two types of worlds that we're living in. One that is fake, one that is built unconstitutionally, one that is based on certain laws, one that is based on corruption and manipulation, and based pretty much in a foreign occupation territory known as Washington, D.C. And Washington, D.C. also works in coordinates with the Vatican and also the royal family. And then you tie in all other places where the deep state operates to control and depopulate the world. Sounds aggressive, right? On the other timeline, there is a constitutional republic. And this is why you've seen Trump wear these hats that says 45-47. He never left. It looks like he did. It looks like he had to resign or step away for Biden to come in. But the whole Biden administration was just to wake the world up to how corrupt these people are. You have to zoom out. This whole process, the last 8 years you've been seeing, more than that, has literally been a global military operation. How, what, and why? To wake up the public, to restore back our Constitution, to transfer power from a centralized, corrupt, globalist, New World Order, deep state government back into the hands of the people. And so what you have just witnessed and what you are going to continue to see from what's happening at the border, what's happening in our economy, what's happening in pharmaceuticals, what's happening in banking, what's happening in DC and politics, which is now no longer and is a bankrupt corporation, we are becoming sovereign and free. As a country, we're turning power back to the people. This is the most amazing time to be alive. The best is truly yet to come. And when Trump says the golden age, that is beyond what most of us can even comprehend. To get to these places, though, we have to wake up. We have to zoom out and connect the dots and realize this whole time we've been lied to, living under this corporation where we are the employees and the government has been our boss, when reality, these roles should have been flipped since day one. I pray that you stay peace. I pray that you stay grounded. I pray that you share this and really start to look into things of how this corporation has been dissolved, how the power is going to be returning back to the people. And when you start to connect these dots, when you zoom out, you'll realize that nothing can truly stop what is coming. And the best is truly yet to come. God bless you.
So, very quick, very easy. Okay. very concise in his conversation. Okay, I dropped it already. Scroll up a little bit, you'll see the link there. Slow Country, you might need to drop it on your side.
Oh, can you send it to me in private chat?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. There you go. Yeah. So, so guys, this is just to point out to you, ways, it's like that hard conversation, that first conversation. How do you spark a conversation? Okay. That can spark a conversation. Okay. That can spark a conversation. Okay. Then when they want to know, they say an operation. What are you talking about? An operation? Then you turn around and you play Q, Plan to Save the World. Right after that, that first question comes, Q, Plan to Save the World, bang, back to back. Then you introduce them to Fall Cabal, the entire series, not just the sequel, but the original Fall Cabal, the first 10 episodes. Okay. And then tell them that, hey, when you get done with those 10, there's a sequel to that. Okay. And as they start to look for themselves and they see these things, they're like, oh my God. And then they hit episode 5 of Fall Cabal and they see about the children. Bam. Then they get to episode 9 and 10. And who's it talking about? Bill Gates, about the WHO, about all these people. Okay. This is so important in helping others find their footing. Okay. And then, after the Plan to Save the World, okay, then you introduce them to the Q drops and you show correlating information between a particular Q drop and then that information coming out years later. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's there are so many things, Janet is no longer with us, but Cynthia is. Oh, you know what? That actually reminds me. Let me check while we're live right now. And now I'm going to show you guys a trick about BitChute. Okay, if you type in Fall Cabal, all one word, okay, hit enter, you'll notice that all these different people have that person's thing. Okay, right? All these different people. Well, up here, you have the option of target. Click the target and then search channels. And guess what comes up? Fall Cabal. Hit the one with the biggest number of subscribers because you know that that's a real person. Oh, I'm not signed in right now, but and she's even doing a conclusion to the Fall Cabal. I played the first 27-minute one about 2 weeks ago. The new one should be the second part 2 should be anytime. But the final episodes are being done by Cynthia, Janet's partner. So how about that? That's that's we got a lot covered today, right?
We did. We really did. Between the WEFA, I wonder if everybody ever thought about that. To be honest with you, why is WEF, WEFA, trying to make fun of us? But we also covered the press conference and signing, some of the stuff, post inauguration. So, we got a lot done.
Yep. Absolutely. All right, folks. Well, that's it for me. I'm gonna skedaddle, and you can say goodbye to everybody. I will see you guys again. I'll be back live again tomorrow, probably sometime between 11 and noon. I do have a couple people coming out tomorrow to look at puppies, and bring their child out to meet him. He's an autistic child, and he's gonna get the pick of the litter. You know, actually the puppies are gonna pick him is what's gonna happen. Yeah, we'll go there. I'll be on 27 tomorrow. I'll be on 27 tomorrow. So, all right. Thanks a lot for having me, Slow Country.
Hey, thanks for coming, man.
Yep. All right.
And that's it for me too, guys. Kids are home, so I will talk to you all next time.